me a sec here, guys. So obviously I'm not going to tell you how I fixed it, but you see what they do, okay? And obviously, like, that was an overreaction. I was crashing out there. But, like, that's kind of the point. And, like, we see a lot of people doing that, right? Let me just... Hold on. Let me just take care of this. There is another. Okay, so, like, the point is... Yeah, Jason, trash dude, for sure. I appreciate you. So... Now, I want to show you guys this. This is often what I see that you don't see. Look at this. Do you see how it says total views 2,787? I see that all the time. And then, like, YouTube acts like I don't see that, like, it should be way higher. So, like, this is actually what I was going to talk about today. And they know that. But, like, that's the point. They're doing all these things to spy on my devices, and they're doing the same thing to you. Like, there's no question. So, give me a second here. I was ready earlier, but then obviously, you know, all this happened, so I wanted to, you know, take care of that. Give me a sec. Okay, so what you have to realize is that first let me address the fact that it's common for I mean, this is an act. I mean, like, actors do this all the time. It's just that, like, you don't quite see it like that unless you spend time looking at, like, behind the scenes and stuff like that. You're just going to see a movie and an actor. So I just I can't stress enough that it's not, like, out of the ordinary for actors to do that. Secondly, okay, this is also why it's really important for certain people not to watch my streams, because they may talk about things that they don't understand, see out of context. Okay? It's really important to understand that. Okay, so let's move on to what actually is going on, and again, the whole point that we were talking about, obviously, as you guys know, especially in that stream, you know, just now, was the fact that for years, you know, YouTube has been trying to kind of get away with, and I'll be honest, I think it's this new leadership or whatever that's there, but for many years now, it seems they've been heading this direction, because I don't think it was necessarily that way to begin with. I just think this was something that happened, and you know, take note of the timing a bit for certain things. And so anyway, we all know that there's certain things I say that cause meddling. We'll call it that. So my point is that these scams, just like a lot of other scams that we see lately, are designed not to look like scams. They're designed to look like it's supposed to happen. And even down to the fact of me Googling Gemini, asking, you know, like just simply getting some sort of response out of Gemini just to see what it would say, you know, about, like, you know, zero concurrence, you know, sitting in my stream, you know, while seeing the views go up and stuff like that, you know, and or like a 2 concurrent placeholder, but, you know, you can sort of almost confirm there's more than 2 people in there, and then you do it, and then you do confirm that, you know. So, you know, basically, I put this into Gemini, and you know, even coming down to the fact that Gemini itself very clearly can be influenced at times to sort of, you know, like, again, it's just your data we're talking about. So if it knows you're asking it, yeah, like, it's going to respond based on that data preference, I think. And so if somebody's put something malicious in there, you know, again, they're targeting you, it's just going to never answer your question or answer it exactly how they want to. So, you know, like, downright flat out telling me that, like, yeah, it's totally normal for YouTube to show 0 concurrence while you're gaining views, while there's viewers. Totally normal. It actually tried to sell me on that. I'm just like, man, a computer saying that, something that it's like the best calculator, like, that's literally what it does. I mean, it's literally just an incalculable amount of calculations a second, you know what I mean? Like, it's insane. Like, that's the point. Like, that's literally what it is. And it's going to try to tell me, yep, 0. That makes sense for adding numbers. That's, yep, 0. 0 means numbers. No. The most logical calculator ever, like computers in general, like, that's not the case. Like, 0 is a placeholder of nothing. That's what it represents. If it says 0, that means nothing. You know, like, again, unless it's to the right of the number. You know what I mean? Like, like, it's a little bit different, but, like, you know, like, we're talking about, you know, like freaking just whole numbers here, just A0, just 1 0. You know, like, not, you know, a number with some zeros after it. So, anyway, I put that into the Gemini, and you know, Gemini even did that. So this thing's been going on for years, and even now with the new technology, it's actually easier for them to do these things because it becomes more, you know, of an automated possible process where they're using that, manipulating that. So anyway, let's get into specifically what I was going to show you here. Where is this? Okay, so if you look at this, now let me see here. Okay, so this was that stream I did the other day, and if you look at it, what does it say? It says it finished. Yeah, they just threw some views at it. That's what they've been doing. They're screwing around, trying to. Yeah, this is what they do. So they knew I was going to show this. And already they tried to throw some views at, because I've actually seen it go up since earlier now. And that's really weird, because that's what I was going to talk about. Obviously, the point is, I was going to come on here and talk about how my views have all halted across the channel. Again, as we've talked about many times. And this is one of them. Where if you see the amount of views the stream ends with, 274, and then you look at peak concurrence, 942, it doesn't make any fucking sense. And this is all the time. Like, the last stream, you guys saw thousands in here. How many views do you think are on that stream? That stream that I just finished, that we were talking about, how many views do you guys think that they put on that stream? Remember there were thousands in here. Remember that? The one where, like, again, you guys were all showing up, helping out and stuff like that, because, again, we were talking about how I couldn't even go live. So there were thousands in that one, and they posted the stream with 28 views. I mean, like, we've seen this all the time. This is what we've been talking about. Yep. So, like, YouTube is just removing tons of views, locking views on things that I would upload, and I specifically uploads. I cannot do uploads. If I do an upload, holy, like, who wouldn't watch an hour of the Shaman Village? And everybody loves that. Everybody's watching that. That's like viral, man. That was a great fucking idea. Everybody loves that. That was a great fucking idea. 25 views, and it's been locked there for a month. Doesn't even make any sense. Remember all the times we showed you guys that, like, there were more likes on the stream than counted posted views? Remember that? Remember, like, they were removing them so quick? They were so sloppy. In the beginning, I was showing you that there's so many likes that they would sloppily remove these views, and then there would be more likes than views. So again, I'll resort to what Jason said in chat. How is that even possible? It's not. They didn't finish cleaning up what they were cleaning up. Just like you see here, where if you go to this stream that I'm showing you here, right here, it's 274 views, peak concurrence 942. So it's already scammed to lie. And then now you can go to my channel and you see it's like 258 is what it says for me. 258. What the fuck? So, like, the more personal it gets, the more heated I get, the crazier YouTube gets, and they actually they'll promote it. They'll bring everybody in here, and specifically the people that they think I'm talking about. And so, like, this is what I really want to show you guys. If you have enemies or you like things like that, you get what I'm saying? I'm trying to organically show you what's going to happen. And specifically some of those folks, like, again, I don't wish ill upon anybody, really. But specifically the folks that I felt a certain way about for a long time, you're going to have enemies. So, if anything, it's just a warning. Like, you gotta, especially now where people are just posting stuff, filming people and posting stuff, just be really careful. Because this is what YouTube's trying to do. They're trying to get people... No, I'm serious. And like... they just shouldn't be taking part, you know what I mean? Shouldn't have anything to do with it. But very clearly they try to manipulate these things. So just like if I condemn something that happens to the president bad, you know, nobody hears that. But suddenly if I'm like, he should die, they promote it, right? Isn't that what happens? And I'd be willing to bet that maybe even somebody in his administration saw it. That became a thing. Oh, I sort of got worried a little bit. Like, what? They actually have to, like, you know, and then, you know, obviously they're not really that concerned about it. But, like, that's the point. Like, you shouldn't be, you know, obviously with me. But, like, my point is, this is what YouTube's doing. And how else can I do this except to sort of do it? And show you the response a little bit. Because you're never going to believe it. I'm just going to say it. You're going to be like, yeah, right. But, like, this is the point. This is what I've been seeing. And just documenting and trying to show you. But, yeah, like, they just change it as soon as I do. And so, like, just as valid as this is, where you see peak concurrence 942, that means at one time there was 942 people in the stream. Just at once. So, you know, a lot of people were in that. It was hundreds of concurrents in that stream all throughout. That's what that means. Sort of like what you see in this one now. And they scammed it already to finish at 274 views. The views that you see there, that is the finished view count. They don't change that. And oftentimes it's wrong. Oftentimes I'll even go to my page and it says like 28 or something, sort of like this other one says, where you guys know it was in the thousands. And I just showed you it should say, remember I just showed you the I just showed you the image and it says 28 views. It should be in the thousands. That's that stream I was just talking about. I was just sort of like you know, raging out and stuff like that, and that's kind of the point. They promote that, but only to make it look bad for you. And again, they try to get anybody else that maybe you talked about recently or something like that that might not like you and stuff to get it, to see it. That's the bitrate shifts and like it's all that stuff. Because it's not natural, it's not normal. Otherwise it would just happen and there wouldn't be anything like weird going on. But yeah. There's a malicious thing going on there. So, you know, if you look at my page, again, this is pretty common. Again, I mentioned the hour of the Shaman Village as an upload. That should have easily been, and some of these streams where I did them, and I'm okay with copyright, where I did an upload and I want. Like I did some car music and I was just driving in the car. And you know, it like the whole point is just you know, obviously it's just supposed to help promote the song and be like, hey, listen to this in your car. It's really good stuff, you know. And so, you know, like I just, it's very blatant to me that is when I uploaded that, and both of them say 7 months ago, they locked the view count at a certain point. And, you know, you can just confirm this because you go watch it and it doesn't gain any views. So, like, that's frustrating too, where, like, I actually do this to reach out and be like, yeah, copyright, go ahead. Like, I'll do this literally for, you know, anybody that watches that, all the views and whatever goes to that artist, and that's fine. For those, you know, that's fine. That's what I do it for. Because the whole point is that I want people to go, like, listen to the song in their car or something like I'm trying to promote, you know, like, doing stuff while listening to music instead of, you know, just, you know, you get what I'm saying. Like, I sit here and I say, go see a concert, you know, go listen to music in your car, you know, don't just, you know, always just sit around, you know, like, you know, like, this is the point. And a lot of times when typically when I do content, that's when I would start getting scams, where I was doing really high quality uploads of me like doing nature walks and stuff like that, man, really high quality, and they were just scamming the hell out of it, breaking the upload, making it endlessly struggle to upload, and I was doing like 4K and stuff like that, where man, that looked really good, and they were just breaking it. Remember that, like a while back, and it would just fail to process and fail to upload, and they're just sitting there breaking it. And then so like the point was they were killing the trending. So each time I would try, they would just kill it a little bit more. That's all they were doing. And so again, if you go to my channel and you sort of just look at this, so I'm going to do that with you here really quick. Let's see. So if we're on my channel here, as you guys can see, we have, this one's been stuck there. This is the stream where I discussed Jim Carrey before Jim Carrey was trending, and I was talking about how he's my favorite actor. Tom Cruise is my favorite actor. Like the two, it's like the two of them. I was talking about the SNL. I was talking about like some of my favorite bits and like just how much I love acting and stuff. And this should have trended because the whole point was I follow Jim Carrey. I actually watched that speech. I wasn't the one afterwards catching the clips where everybody's like, "Oh, he's cloned." I mean, like it was so stupid because I actually watched the speech and like was almost in tears. It was beautiful, and not only that, but like just halfway in between using his Jim Carrey voice to say the American names that he was referring to, and then slipped right back into French again. So like it was just obvious, and like it threw me off too. But then he did that, and I was like, there he is. I was like, there he is. Okay, like damn, he's a good actor. So the whole point is that's his performance. Like that. That's your round of applause. Like, holy shit. Everybody thinks he's a clone? Jesus. Damn, that guy's good. So, I just, that was the whole point as I was talking about, like, just how much I organically like Jim Carrey and certain people and stuff like that. And even as I say this now, you see how my views deplete? Like the concurrents were up there, and then they just, like, slowly start to... Just a little bit. Yeah. Isn't that interesting? I think it's pretty interesting. And then we see somebody playing around with the like button too, where they start removing likes. Like they have it up to a certain point just to take them all. We see this every stream. Every stream. So I just wanted to call this out as being one of the ones, this one here, where it was horribly scammed to remove views. It's been locked. You can't. 261 is what it's locked at. Period. And they removed some views. Like this was at like 500-600. And then they removed a chunk and locked it. I call it keying in the views, because they're just keying something in with code. They're just telling the system, do this. Views this. That's all they're doing. And the system doesn't work. It's not supposed to work that way. So it goes all haywire. This one too, Resident Evil Requiem, continued one. Requiem. 199. It's such a funny name, isn't it? 199. Just stuck there. And everybody's been watching that one. Because we all know who's really been watching. I'm not saying it. We all know who's been really watching. And there's no way that's 199 views. There's no fucking way. There's just no way. Okay? Let's actually go like... Oh my god. Look how many times they failed today. Look at that. That's how many times we tried to start the stream today. Oh look, there's several people waiting. Look, one waiting. One waiting. They literally, like, again, they literally failed that many times today. That's how many times we couldn't start the stream. Now again, I'm not stupid. I'm obviously very good at streaming, and I'm very good with technology, and I can fix things, okay? So I'm not going to sit here and tell you how I fixed it, okay? But if I want to go live, I can go live, okay? Like, it's gonna happen, okay? But I did this too much. I sat here and I'm like, well, all I did was this. and they would just break that and not allow me to use that one thing to simply fix. So it just kept getting worse and worse and worse. And now, you know, like again, there, you know, for a while there was a while there I was spending several hours preparing a stream just because, like, all these drivers would be uninstalled or something, like, just randomly. You know, just all these drivers uninstalled, just like why? Randomly, like, why? So anyway, yeah, 261 still there, 261. All these are locked. 44 that had more views too. 1, 2, 3. Anytime I see that, that's locked. 1, 2, 3. They typed 1, 2, 3. That's, I mean, that's the laziest scam I've ever seen. 1, 2, 3. And I see that a lot. Just like when you're in the stream and you see randomly the concurrence line up with the amount of likes in the stream. Where they know there's a lot of traffic coming in and they're just trying to scam it so they don't think there's a lot of traffic. So they just lock it at the same count as the likes. What the This one had, so I'm going to show you, this one, 69 views. This is the one we talked about before. Let me show you something. Let me show you something! Alright, we love Fire Marshal Bill. Is it this one? Oh, shit, that's big. No, that's the one that still says 69. Hold on. Here's what it did say. 128. You see that? Hold on. Let me just like make it so you guys can actually see it instead of me shifting it around all over the place. There you go. 128. And then this is what it says now. So let's get this larger too here. Okay. So this is what it says now. Okay. So on your left is what it is now, and on your right is what it used to be. And again, we actually had a lot of people in that stream. That, if you remember, that was the stream where they broke the game. If you remember. Remember I couldn't play the game? Remember that? So they're like, this is the point. They actually, like, they literally broke Brotato. Do you remember that? I do. And I was in the middle of my run, and I was talking about the update. Like, this is the whole point, to make it look bad for me. And the whole point is they broke Brotato. This is what they did. I was about to get probably the run completed and the update and the new unlocks and stuff, because I have pretty much what I needed except the one thing, and I was about to do it. So, just like you've seen before, again, what they did is they actually broke the game where, you know how you click to have to start the next run? You're on your upload screen and stuff. So, at a certain point, once they realized I was going to do it, and they were calculating I could do it, they scammed the button in the game so that if I clicked the button to start the run, all it did was close the game. Yep. And if I had kept streaming that day, we would have just kept doing it. So I'm not going to sit here and allow them to try to break the game on a server level. But that's what they're doing. They are trying to do that. And they are torpedoing the gaming industry. So some of these developers that are wondering, like, why all these problems are happening, specifically around lots of streamers playing games, YouTube. Watch the likes. It was at 259, 260. Watch the likes. Watch them. Seriously, look at them right now. Look at them. I'm not trying to be a certain, like, just seriously. Yep. And then they stop because they know I called your attention to it. But trust me, they would have been skyrocketing and plummeting downward. Skyrocketing downward. Or plummeting, sorry. They're plummeting downward. There's no skyrocket downward. Plummeting downward. Yeah. Look at them. 256. Same behaviors. So, you know, that's what we're talking about today. And this is very serious. I mean, like, it affects everybody. And let's say Pennsylvania would, you know, like me, you know, like, let's say, like, the point is, you know, taxes, you know, everything. Let's say I should earn tons of money off YouTube. Okay? That's beneficial to my state. They would want that. Because here I am, you know, a whale streamer actually in the state. Wouldn't that be great? But they're sitting here trying to make it seem like that's not the case. And the point is, I've seen numbers at one time that the whales get. I do. I do. I do. I have seen that. I've seen the trending towards that. I'm not saying it is that. I'm just saying if I just kept doing what I was doing, and as you guys know, there's no reason why I couldn't. The point is, they scam it so that you can't. So that's why everybody's staying the same. And like I said, anybody that starts to question and stuff like that it is sort of a whale and has lots of pull and stuff, then they have to sort of throw you some subscribers. Like they did to me, remember? They did that. They've done that a few times. But for me, again, it's just about a placeholder. They're not letting you skyrocket. Like I personally think, like a few channels, like for example, I personally think Agenda Free TV is probably in the 2 to 3 million subscriber range. I think they're just like auto shifting subscriber counts off. I think people sub and YouTube removes them. I think they do this to Asmongold all the time. I do not think that they pay Asmongold for many ads. Many ads. I think that there's a lot of ads that do not pay out to him. That and you know, again, likewise with you know, hiding possible subscriber counts and stuff for his other channels. We know he doesn't just have one channel on YouTube, he's got several. And yeah, I mean, like, it's the sort of thing where it's everybody. Like at a certain point, everybody started halting where they just remain the same, where it's like they're not trending up, it's just sort of staying the same kind of. And then again, like I said, only when you, just like me, get really pushy and really lawyer up sort of situation, and they actually get scared that you're going to do something, they throw some subscribers at you. But then you're like, okay, oh, okay. So then they do it enough to make you go, oh, okay, well, I guess there's nothing there, or something like that. They're trying to get you to think there's nothing there and that you can't do it because well, see, you went up. See? But only after the legal pressure. Okay? So, when you can document it and all of us see it happening, and then, again, the only response is from legal pressure. Come on, man. Come on, man. Don't make me put my aviators on and say it. Don't. I loved that. That was pretty great. Come on, man. All right. Just want you guys to be able to see here. We're just trying to look at this. Okay, so, I mean, like, again, like, all you have to do is, you know, have been paying attention. Like, you guys know I get more views than this. And not only that, like, it's blatant that, like, a lot of the stuff is locked at a certain view count. I remember... I have a screenshot, but wasn't it this one? One of these Elden Ring streams, after I knew Game Plus, was in the thousands. It said literally 1K when it posted. And I mean, like, I've had plenty of other streams that were posting in the you know, like 3K, 4K range. And that's the point. They were trying not to ever let that happen where you would actually see that. And so, like, this is what they're doing. They're just locking these at a certain number. Like, how many people... Do you remember, like, there was a ton of people in this one? Like, people were, like, showing up and viral liking this one and stuff like that. And, like, again, it's just a copyright thing, and that's fine. Like, I'm fine with that. You know, the whole point was to put it toward that artist. You know, again, anybody that comes in, it's supposed to go viral, hopefully, you know, and anybody that comes in, it goes toward that artist. Just a nice thing to promote the artist, and how, you know, how, I mean, like, you know what I mean? Like, so, that, like, I literally just rickrolled everybody. Like, I had a intense countdown to something truly amazing, is what it says. And there's a lot of people, and they were liking it and stuff like that, because the whole point is there's people waiting. They actually were curious. They were like, what the hell is this? And it was New Year's. I did this for New Year's. So I made everybody think I was doing a New Year's countdown. Like, you know, countdown to something truly amazing, and they just think it's just New Year's countdown, who cares? You know? And then literally, I rickrolled everybody. Like, you just get to literally, I do the countdown, and if you watch to a certain, like, to the countdown, because you're curious, you're just going to get rickrolled. So, I actually did do that, and it was fucking hilarious. And they sat there and tried to remove all this trending from it. 13 views. I rickrolled the entire internet, and they were sitting there watching. Trust me, they were curious. And 13 views. They're actually trying to sit here and say that was I rickrolled everybody on New Year's, and they're trying to say that there's 13 views on that. Yeah, okay. Yeah, okay. So you know, you can just see it all throughout here. Look at how low these are. Like, this is absurd. You guys know I don't get this low view count. This is insane. See, this is perfect example. This is how good I am at clickbait. I don't do clickbait in such a, like, I do it in a funny way where you know it's clickbait. You know what I mean? I don't try to fool you. So literally, like, this one's called "This Video Will Make You Forget Your Shoe Size in 15 Seconds." Like, obviously the video is not going to do that. Like, obviously. Like, really? Did you really believe that? No, like, the point is they lock the view count, and, like, that's funny, man. Like, come on. Everybody was watching that. And this was something I could always do. I could sit down and play little tunes on the piano, and they actually sound pretty good. And I'm just making shit up. And I would do this regularly and do this often and stuff like that. And they're sitting here locking the view count. Remember, like, I was starting to do coffee mornings, like every morning. And I would have my coffee and I would just be playing the tunes and enjoying myself. That was when the real scam started. Like I'm just relaxing, trying to give everybody a nice relaxing start to their day and stuff like that. And then, sure enough, it got really, really aggressive with the scams again, where, you know, again, bitrate shifts, view locks, you know, view subtracted, like I've already shown you. And there's plenty of times where I was doing this, and conveniently, as I'm, you know, doing something really cool that I'm just, like, sort of coming up with that sounds kind of cool, you know? Like, I mean, I think it's pretty cool, you know? But I'm just coming up with it on the spot, and it sounds pretty cool. And, you know, conveniently then the bitrate shifts around so you guys don't hear it, you know, or something like that. You know, like, it was really, really obvious. You know, just like where I would, and this was why I would do the experiment where, you know, again, like we're doing the drumming on the steering wheel and stuff. I just do that. I've always done that. That is a skill I don't have to think about that. And by the way, my hands are on the steering wheel the entire time. Like, if anything, I have more control. So, like, you know, like a Sifu doing that with his hands is totally different, I think, than a lot of other people doing that. And a drummer, too. Like, a drummer knows how that works. So I just... The point is, it's not what you think. And the point is that when I was doing that, I was noticing that, again, it was in kind with the same thing I had pointed out before. Or conveniently, as I'd get to the part you want to hear, you know... Conveniently, that good part you want to hear, the complicated, cool part. The bitrate shifts around. So, and then likewise, I noticed this if I did it with my own drum set too, where I actually got behind the set and showed you guys that I'm not afraid to get in front of you and just play the drums. I don't care if I'm shit, because I am at this point. I can actually, you know, tap stuff extremely well. But as far as like the sticks, it's been a long time, and so I was willing to do that. But you know, as I started to improve, and it was very obvious that I, you know, have lots of skill prior to that. You know, and it was coming back pretty quickly, and it was obvious that I, you know, I wasn't just like an amateur. The bitrate started shifting around. So just the point is, like, if somebody has talents here and they're not allowed to use them, you know, like as soon as they would present those talents and YouTube doesn't like them, the bitrate shifts around. There's buffering. There's view removal. Just that sort of thing. And like, why would they lock the view count on this? Oh look, we had a chat. Hello, why would they lock the view count on this? Yeah, I mean, there's nothing about this that makes sense to me for doing that. We've talked about before. I mean, there's... Sorry. My fault. Let me see about this. And by the way, if you see here, there's a search function, okay? I wanted to show you that. I know a lot of people aren't aware of this, so I just wanted to call that out. If you're ever on somebody's channel on a browser, you can just search something, okay? So I just wanted to show you that. Like, I didn't know if you were aware of that. A lot of people might not be aware of that because I don't think it's available on mobile. You have to actually be on a browser, but you have a search function, and that is, again, on my channel. So it's going to search my channel. So I mean, like, that's separate from your actual YouTube search bar. That's searching my channel because it's a search bar on my channel. Okay, and that's not just me. That's any channel on YouTube. You just have to, again, go to the channel on a browser. So I wanted to point that out, that you know, might be something that a lot of people aren't aware of. And even from when we started the stream, remember when we had 1.36? I think we lost some subscribers from when we started the stream. So if that doesn't prove even more what I'm saying, I don't know what does. You know what I mean? Like, it seems like people are pretty, you know, positive and accepting of what we're saying here, and noticing it themselves a bit too. You know, like, and sort of agreeing with it. So, like, that's kind of the point. Like, it's very obvious as people can tell. I'm just trying to help and show you guys what's actually happening here. You know, they do it. You know, they have these there just to remove them, basically. See what I'm saying? So, and by the way, I don't give a shit that Sharon Osbourne, I don't care. Let me just, that was an act. I don't give a shit. I'm not gonna sit here and call her a bitch. I don't care. Don't care. She can think Roger Waters is a cunt for all I don't care. What do I care? It doesn't affect me. I mean, it's probably not a... I mean, the point is, that's a reaction, a radical reaction. I wanted to show you how some people might react, and that's my radical reaction. And then what did YouTube do? This is the point. These are very radical... Like, I would never actually feel that way. You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't give a shit what Sharon thinks of Roger. Like, again... You know, yeah, like, I guess I made a somewhat of a point there with some things, but, like, the whole point was that it doesn't affect me, it doesn't matter, I don't give a shit. You know, like, the point is, it's a very, very radical overreaction to something, and I'd be willing to bet that maybe even somebody connected with them, or maybe even them, saw the stream. And YouTube conveniently showed it to them right then. And not all the other times I talked about Ozzy or Zakk Wylde or, you know, Black Label Society and Ozzy are my favorite bands ever. And you know, all the other shit that I love that they did together that nobody's ever heard. Like when Ozzy and Zakk did a cover of Purple Haze and nobody's ever heard it. And they don't actually realize how fucking amazing Zakk Wylde is. And that's how he plays. He actually sort of plays a lot like Hendrix and stuff like that, if he can. Like, the whole point is, like, this guy has so many influences in him, and he's so brilliant. He like, the point is, like, you know, he's just a professional, and he'll still play at his own style, but at the same time, the Hendrix will come out. You know, it's just he's brilliant, and so is Ozzy, and so I've always loved them all, you know, and supported them all. So I wouldn't sit there and do that unless, again, it's you know, it's for what we're, you know, and you saw exactly what they're willing to do. They promote that. They promote when we're crashing out, so to speak. But you know, that's kind of the point. That's what's trending, and so do you get what I'm saying there? Like, why is that you know, why are toxic things trending? Look at my face. Here, YouTube. Here you go. Here you go. Now people are gonna see that. I'll just do that for like 5 minutes. People will come across the thumbnail on my channel. They'll just see that. Yep, there it is again. 1, 2, 3. I wonder. Yeah, it's still there. 1, 2, 3. This is a pretty common thing. I see a lot of commonalities, like you know what I mean, like 71, 72, 69, 71, 62, 1, 2, 3, 63. Like the whole point is to make it seem and this one, the weird thing is this one posted with 935 views, but I think the point is that this would have had so many. I think the point is that like they couldn't, like, you know what I mean, like people really were watching this one, but they locked it. Like that's been locked, and like so are the rest of these. I think it was actually this one. Should I New Game Plus today? Because I think that's actually where I New Game Plussed. Oh yeah, you can tell in the thumbnail, because the thumbnail, if I hadn't, it would be all Bernie. But here's another thing I can't stress enough. That's not the thumbnail. And so here's what I want you guys to do. I want you guys to go to my page right now if you can, and I want you to look at every thumbnail on my page, compare it while I'm looking at it. Look at it from your end, if you don't mind. Look at every thumbnail that looks totally different for you from me. It'll be like almost every single one, unless I physically went in and made it. You know what I mean? And some will be like that because I wanted to like check it or something like that. But for the most part, it will be very inconsistent. I do not see the proper thumbnail here. It is different for you. And that is inconsistent. You know, where the whole platform is completely inconsistent. For me. You know, and again, anybody that they are scamming with this, where you know they're scamming you, you know, because we know there's a few people where it doesn't seem like that's the case. You know, the people winning the awards and stuff like that. And you know, I'm not trying to throw shade on them. You know, they deserve it. I'm just saying, you know, it's all a popularity contest with them. So, you know. And I've talked about the pyramid scheme thing. Where, you know, obviously, like, you know, they're not gonna do this to Mr. Beast. But anyway, I want you to do that, because you'll see a big difference here as I scroll through. A lot of these will be totally different for you. They won't look the same at all. It'll be completely different thumbnails. And I think that's partially why they do that, because I think they want you to think there's something weird with that, where I don't know something, or you know what I mean. But really, that's just the inconsistency. Where I'm just being honest with you. Some of them will be changed, will line up, because I did change it to line up, and most of them won't, because I shouldn't have to. Like, it should display the same thumbnail for me on my side of things that it does for you guys. And this was how it all, if you remember, a long time ago, this is how the scam started. If I was sharing, you know, a reaction or something like that to K-pop video or something in a group, or, you know, online or something like that, I would see the incorrect thumbnail, and I would like be freaking out and trying to get people to confirm it, and everybody's just being douchebags. Like, all people had to do was take a screenshot and show me, or confirm, or not, like literally, and nobody was doing that. Like, everybody was just kind of acting kind of like douchebags, where they were like, it almost seemed like, they didn't, they thought it was maybe trolling. I don't know. Like, people were just being douchebags instead of looking at it for what it was, where it was clearly not that way for me, because they would go and look at it and it would be different for them. So finally somebody got that and showed it to me. And that was the only way I knew. And I couldn't believe it. Like, it was the sort of thing where I was like, oh my God, I wonder how long they've been fucking doing that. So this person just, like, was nice enough to show me, look, this is what the thumbnail looks like for me. It's not that, like, it looks that way, but it's not. And it was like, oh my fucking God. So ever since then, this person has been using YouTube, and again, it's just YouTube. They're enabling it. They're allowing it. This is like regular. I mean, I couldn't go live how many times just now? And, not to mention all the other things that we see where they attack and stuff like that. But this is how it started, is stuff like that, where, they learned that they can fool people with stuff like this, with misrepresenting things for the person versus everybody else, and cause defamation or something like that. This is another one. Remember when we were playing Tiny Glade? And then, like, I made this awesome... I thought it was awesome. It came out really awesome. I didn't even expect that. I was like, oh, that's really cool. Bam. I mean, there's people better than me at it, for sure. I thought it ended up really awesome. And I'm pretty sure we had a decent number of people in here. Like, for these streams, we usually have a decent number. And, like, they just lie about it. They just sort of kind of make up a number and post it with that. It might not have been this one, though. There's another one that I did. But, yeah, I mean... Let's see if they took the game card out. They do that sometimes. No, do you remember when YouTube took out the game card for Elden Ring Shadow of the Erdtree Edition? And it, like, removed the game, the trending for all my streams for that? Remember that? There's, like, no reason for them to have done that. They just randomly removed it. Why? Like, why? So that anybody that tagged those streams with Shadow of the Erdtree no longer gets trending for any of their streams. That's why they did it. Across the board. And silently. They know it. Let's see. Yeah, 261 still locked there. As if people wouldn't have viewed it by now. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, like, there's no differences from calling this stuff out. Where people would probably go there to confirm, and nope. Oh, maybe it was. Oh no, yeah, it was probably this one. So again, I'd like to reiterate. Oh yeah, the bitrate. Yeah, they were messing with the trending on this one. You can see it there. There's the bitrate. Yeah. So people were like trying to really watch the stream, and they were trying to prevent it from happening. See the bit right there? See it? And conveniently at that 2 concurrence that, you know what I mean? Like, that's what we were seeing, the scam. So see how there's 4, 3, like, basically, it's clear to me people were watching the stream, confirming It's chill, it's relaxed, we're not raging out. We're not raging out, we're not raging out, we're not raging out, we're not raging out, we're not raging out. And then at a certain point, as they would either, you know, share the stream or you know, like bring others in or something like that, conveniently, you know, because that's the point, you know, like we're clearly building something really awesome here, working really hard on it. Stream is like, you know, going on 5 hours at this point. We start to see an influx of people, and then bam, you know, like again, that's the point. We're starting to put the lights in. It's looking really nice, and then yeah, like that's the point. They're just killing the trending, bam. So that way, you know, as people come in, you know, I mean, look at that. You know, it's pretty cool, man. So like that's the point. Like they're just trying to kill that trending, where, you know, people might be really interested in how cool this game is, and they're trying to kill that trending and make it look bad. You know what I mean? And that's what they've been doing for a long time. And flat out even breaking Brotato. Remember, they broke Brotato. They broke it. Literally broke it. Broke it. I mean, you saw that. Yeah. What was this one? $69 viewers. Let's see what the view count was at. Oh, it looks like it may have already happened. What's going on there? Yeah, 11. So like look at these viewers, and they're trying to say it's at 69. I already showed you that that's not right. It posted with way more than that. If 15. So is this where?
Again, Windows to scale wrong, and for me to hit.
Okay, yeah, this is when we're talking about we're crashing out about Windows, and then you see the trending as I'm crashing out about Windows. I mean, not that it's not inaccurate. Oh, also earlier, when I was doing my stream earlier, somebody was able to type in chat, and I had subscriber mode only on, as I normally do. And somebody was able to randomly type in chat. And this person, I think it's interesting, because this person, all they did was type one letter to confirm they can in fact type in chat. That's all they did. I think that's really interesting. I find that actually very fascinating. That, again, this person Yep, that was you. There you go. There you go. That was you. Yep. There you go. You were able to type in my chat even though I had subscriber mode only on. And you shouldn't have been able to. Yeah, nobody should be able to type in my chat. Are you subscribed? I've never seen you type in chat before. You've been subscribed for 4 weeks. Like just exactly 4 weeks. Is that what you're trying to tell us? Like exactly. And you were watching this whole time. Right when I would talk about you, you're there to say, hey, that was me. Out of the 10 viewers in the stream, you're one of those 10. Huh. And let me think about this. This was a stream where I was sort of doing it in the middle of the night, all through the night. You were one of the only people in there. Can I ask you a question? What country are you from? And why is it not listed on your channel? Like, why are you hiding your country of origin? You're from Europe? What country? You made this channel decades ago? Decades. Plural. Do you know how long a decade is? So that's not correct. But I mean, like a decade. Okay. Decades ago? So, you made it about a decade ago, a decade and a half. So you subbed exactly a month ago, and we're right in my stream, right when I didn't have subscriber mode only, to type just the letter E to confirm that you could. That's it. And then right now, as I talked about you, you were one of the only 10 people in here right when I said that. Is that what you're telling me? You do this to everyone. You like the E button. Pure chance. I believe you. I believe you. Anyway, let's see. Let's talk about the scam here. Oh yeah, here it is. Here it is. Look at my face. Oh, you can't see it. Look at my face. Look at that. Because they broke the game. Look. I'm like... yeah, sorry, Troll Slayer, I see you. I see you there. Did I acknowledge that in this chat?
And it's every day.
I have a feeling I didn't, because I was bitching about this. Sorry if I didn't. At the time. I'm just talking about this chat over here.
That would make sense for somebody to...
Because I know sometimes I'll just keep going because I'm on a roll. So if I didn't, sorry about that. Yeah, this... So... What happened? Where was it happening? Was it here?
What the hell?
Oh, yep, there it is.
Well, the whole game just quit.
Okay.
Okay. You know what? I'll do this. Get rid of that, and see if that does it. I like that. And let me just re-roll here and see if I get anything for the...
Okay, so what you're gonna see is you're gonna see me click the wave to go to the just literally start the next wave. We're about to be on wave 8.
I think I'm just gonna skip that.
And it's just gonna quit the game.
What the hell? Well, the whole game just quit. Yep, the whole game just quit.
I just kept doing it because Brotato saves a run.
Yeah.
But they clearly broke the run.
Guys. There's a perfect example of, you know, again,
so watch.
them sitting here trying to cause a problem. The whole game just quit. So, I mean, that's absurd. What the fuck? So pushing the enter key on start the round quits the game, guys. Yeah. And so if this isn't an obvious, like if you're not seeing the obvious meddling here, them knowing I was using the keyboard, that's why they did this. They caused this specifically so that they could cause that. So I just, again, it's quitting the game every time. There's nothing to do with anything. Do you guys see this? Literally, the game is broken. I'm literally just clicking a button and I can't even start the round. It's literally broken. What they're doing is they're using what I told them, what they now know, to cause, again, Windows to scale wrong and...
So, basically, maybe I shouldn't explain the scam so much, but yeah, like it's obviously like invisible. So like basically they're flipping it or something. Like it's something where you're not actually hitting the go round. You're hitting close the game, and so it's a mistake. They're clearly doing it off of based on corrupting that run, obviously, but. Obviously the next step is to permanently cause it. And so this is what's been happening, and then all while removing the views. I already showed you this is conveniently the stream where we posted with only 100 and so many, and now it's locked at 69. As you can see, it's locked at 69. And we showed this earlier. We showed that it's locked at 69. After having all these views removed from it. And so the point is, yeah, here it is where YouTube broke a video game while I was streaming it to get me to look bad. And then meanwhile, they lock the stream at this number. And again, it's an excuse. Yeah, 69. So the whole point is they're getting you to say that number over and over for an excuse that they can shift the bit rate around in your stream, yada yada. Because it's this whole fucking Karen thing. That's what it is. It's just about trying to get you to look a certain way to all these these retards that are just hanging out on the platform to be triggered and upset and sue people. Right, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Right, exactly. Because I would say that then and talk about that because they know I'm going to talk about the views. Right. Like it's just part of it. It's all part of it. So, I mean, they just like again at the start of the stream, we've had 1.36 amount, subscribers for a while now, and then from the time we started the stream to now we're at 1.35. Doesn't even make any sense. We clearly have trending. People are watching, chatting. Doesn't even make any sense. So this is really important that this just broke. Like it's just going to continue to happen. You'll see me sit here and try to start it multiple times over and over, and it'll never fix itself. There it was again. And that was my phone call. And then this was me confirming that I can. If you see here, we restarted. Okay, and then I just talked for a while. Yeah. So, you get what I'm saying? Where this is like all across the channel. It has been for a while. You just locked view counts. Again, all these numbers that are like really suspicious, where it's 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, and they're around the same numbers. This is still the same number where we talked about that earlier, 261. We already know that that's wrong. All these locked. The ICE discussion. And then they lock it at 300 views. Pretty sure we had, like... Did I have a concurrent? Yeah, I did. Pretty sure we had a lot of people in the stream. Yeah. So, there you can see how we have 1,143 people. $300. And you can see that TrashTube does this problem with chat. I have this problem all the time, where I can't close chat. YouTube is this trash, where I can't fucking close chat until it loads. So like if I go watch a live stream or something like that, I want to watch a stream, I don't even want chat open. I have to sit there and wait for trash, garbage, piece of shit YouTube to never load the chat. Like, you're just gonna sit there and load. I'll finally get it to load, and now I can click the X button. I didn't even want it there. Like, this is trash. This is how garbage YouTube is. And they don't fix these things. They don't fucking care. They're so trash. What do you do all day? So this is my point. Like, you can clearly see thousands of people in here at one time. Well, at least over 1,000, I should say. And so, you know, like, I just... That's not 300. And it's locked at that. You know what I mean? Like it's locked at that. Here, I'll just There it is. I'll try to make it larger here for you. There it is. 300. You see it? And I just showed you that, you know, in the beginning we were clearly at over 1,000 viewers. So 300, just there. Just there. Over 1,000 viewers. And that's stream. And then they just lock it at 300 at the end. Right there it is, 300. And it's just locked there. It ain't moving. Sorry about that. So, yeah, like, you can clearly see this as a recurring pattern. Like, it's not just one stream. Like, it's literally just every fucking stream that you see it. Like, look at how low these view counts are. 19... yeah, like, we played Elden Ring for 4 hours... But this is at 19 views because it's called another update on the situation. So the whole point is something about that. I'm talking about YouTube or the scams, yada yada. And meanwhile, they're going to lock this at 19 views. Pretend like we had 19 viewers the whole stream. So let's go ahead and confirm that that's a lie. Let's just go ahead and take a look here. And again, we'll sit here and wait for chat to endlessly load, even though I don't want it on the screen. So I have to wait for that. So let me wait for that. Literally garbage. Like, all you have to do is enable an X button before chat shows up. But no, you're so trash. You don't know how to simply enable an X button before chat starts up. Like literally, you could just fix it. It's the easiest thing. Oh, finally it loaded. I can close it. Jesus Christ. Just endlessly having people load data they don't need to load. Yeah, like, you literally are garbage, YouTube. You're literally garbage. So... let's confirm again that there's clearly 19 views is what they posted this stream as. You can see 3 viewers here. Let's see here. There's 3 there. There's 3 there. So this is another one of those streams where they just bullshitted the concurrence. 3 the whole time. And then it shifts up to 4 just to shift back down to 3 again. You know, just 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, 3, and you're gaining views, but 3. So that way, after the stream, that's what they're gonna do. They're gonna just sit here and lie about it and subtract a bunch of views, and that's the whole point, because this is called another update on the situation, and not just Elden Ring. See, 5. So there are more viewers in here than they're counting. 6. There it is, 6. And this will be temporary, obviously, because they'll scam those. C6. Five. Here. Yeah, let's do this. So there's 4. 3. So again, I'm just going ahead in the stream here. Still 3. 3. 3. 3. Told you. Just at a certain point. 3. 3. It was a 4-hour stream, by the way. 2. 2. 3. 2. 2. 3. 2. 3. So hard to see, but there we go. YouTube had, like I told you already, this causes problems for the channel, and this is what they do. So I actually had to look at this. YouTube does this, and it causes problems for the channel. And the scammer is doing this too. This is what they're doing to trick their system, and they're dumb. I have told them this a million times. They are locking stable volume and ambient mode and all these things on, so that way it's just endlessly causing problems for the processing. So like this stream right now that you guys are watching, they're locking it on before the feature's even available. So that way it's just endlessly causing problems for the processing and the stream flow. And I just saw that with this, where I didn't have it on. I always turn that off. I never use that. Yet for some reason it was on. Why is stable volume and ambient mode on when I never use them? So there's a 3. There's a 1. There's a 1. 1. So you clearly more than 19. So let me go back again. And this will be a little faster now, because that's why they were doing that. I mean, like, they're just, again, that does cause problems for YouTube. You can clearly see it took forever to load every time. And that shit was on. So I just turned it off, and it's loading pretty instantly now. So 3. Yeah, now obviously they're going to sit here. And so, like, that's the point. You notice that? Momentarily, they're just going to sit there and do that. So I just proved, like, several times in a row, it loaded instantly. And soon as I say, yep, the stable volume and ambient mode were on, now watch as it loads instantly, and I just showed you prior to saying that it did. I didn't have to state it. But then as soon as I state it, it takes forever to load. Interesting how it... Just, interesting, isn't it? Just... 4. 4. 6. And you can see how now it's adjusted. Yeah. It's loading pretty quick now. 5. Yeah. 3. 3. And notice anytime where it's like a higher view, it's harder to see Almost like they're intentionally trying to, you know what I mean? Three. I mean, obviously I could just fix that, but it should just load, you know what I mean? 3. Here. It'll take a little bit longer now, though. Because it's trash tube. 3. 2. 1. 2. So again, this is, you can clearly see this is more than 19 views. The point is they have this stream locked at 19 views. Why is it locked at 19 views, Trash Tube? Why is it locked? 19 views. Why? Why would that be the case? I mean, that's just crazy. Locked. All of it locked. Remember all the times we had intelligent conversations like this? Where we put like a whole stream together and we put a lot of thought into it and tried to educate you guys on certain things? And it was just all constant view removal. Remember that? Remember that? Remember how we were trending here? Do you remember that? Do you remember how this stream abruptly ended and when we were trending? Remember that? Remember how we had this stream? Man, it just did that. Remember that? Do you remember when we couldn't start a stream today? Do you remember that? Just an hour and a half ago, and it happened that many times. Do you remember that? Just an hour and a half ago, we couldn't go live that many times. Do you remember that? I do. And right after a stream where I spent all night showing everybody how garbage YouTube is, that they haven't even processed a stream from 2 weeks ago that's only 23 minutes long. 23 minutes. And the screenshot that I showed you proves it, because it says right in the screenshot, will begin processing within 24 hours. I got news for you. 2 weeks is a lot more than 24 hours. Yeah, that's a whole 14 days. Yep, not 10 days, not like business, no, 14 days. Actually, 15 now, I think. Because they didn't process it yet. Yep. Yep. And all conveniently a stream, as you know. We're right at the start of the stream. Right at the start. Right at the start. The bit rate was very malicious. Do you see the laugh emoji? Over and over. Yeah, like this is the, this is the consensus that people think this is really funny. To harass people and steal and scam their channels to have problems. And remember, the whole point is we can't have a normal stream. I just want to play Resident Evil. I just want to sit here and stream games. But then they'll lock the view count, break the game, fuck things up, subtract views, and then conveniently, as we come off all that stream, we get all this trending. All we're doing on this stream now, and getting trending for, is talking about scams that normal people wouldn't understand. It's very technical stuff that normal people really wouldn't understand. And then conveniently they're promoting this, because again, they know normal people really won't typically understand it. So you have to have been following it. It's very complicated, and they're just continuing to try to scam it. Because again, that's how many times I tried to go live earlier. And I couldn't. Yep. That many times. I was just sitting there. And as you guys know, that's what this other stream is. Where, oh look, 31 views, 31. Remember guys? Remember we had thousands of views on there. I already showed you the proof of that. 31 views. So remember, this is your proof. We just talked about how it posted with 28 or something like that. So this is what they're saying it posted with. They're not counting any of that, and they're just, 31. This is what I've been talking about. This shows you firsthand the entire scam. This is every stream. They remove a shitload of views and post it with the incorrect view count already. Never add those views back in, and you just, again, the views that you gain are now additional views that should have additionally counted. Yep. And, the person that's in here hitting the laugh emoji, thinks this is really funny, that every stream I am stalked and harassed. That's really funny to that person. Yeah, I wonder why. Wonder why that would be funny to them. Wonder why. Yeah, wonder why. So this is the point, like, I couldn't go live that many times because the point was they wanted to scam the stream so it wouldn't go viral. They knew I was sharing stuff. They knew some of you are coming from Reddit. They know that. They're scamming the stream. And this is how many times I tried to go live. I got captchas today for no reason. And then remember, this happened before when I had a captcha too. That's what it was. Because they make you do the captcha and it gives the scammer your information. It's not a real captcha. Yep. They either make you do a captcha just for going to fucking Google or YouTube. No other site has it. Google and YouTube are making me do a captcha. And I'm logged in. Yeah, I'm logged in. I don't give a fuck what you think my network traffic's doing. I'm logged in. I don't give a fuck what you think. Again, that's how malicious this is. They're looking at the network traffic because a scammer is fucking around with it. And yet I'm logged in here. So instead of doing something about the scammer, they're fucking around with it. No, the point is that's the scam. It's YouTube. They want authorities to think that. Jesus. Like, I shouldn't have to spell this out for you guys. Duh. Can't go live this many times after calling YouTube out for basically 9-10 hours straight. And they're hiding all the views in that stream too. Duh. Duh. Damn. I thought I had an energy drink in there. It sucks. I mean, this is ridiculous. Oh, they locked this view count too. Remember this? When I did this, I did my Trump stream. Remember this? They locked the view count on this too. Do you remember this? There's so many people in this stream. And they're just locking the view count. This stream. Confetti, I know, confetti. Why would you hit confetti right then? Gee, I wonder. Do you remember this? Do you remember when we did that? Do you remember when we did that? Do you do you remember when we did that? Do you remember when we did that? And it was normal, right? It was a totally normal stream. That's normal. You know, normal people paint their face fucking orange every day. That's normal. 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 So, you know, I did that, and, you know, they locked the view count. Boy, did they lock the view count on that. Oh, boy. Let me see here. Yeah, nobody believes that this view count is that. Look, 18. Look. 18 at one time. Look at that. 18 there. Let's see. 13 there. There's 5. But I mean, you know, consistent 8. And this is already scammed. Like, you have to understand this is lower already than it should be. Because I've already pointed out that it's scammed initially. And we started with double digits, with 13. So, just to sit here and say that that's locked at... I think it's at like 60-something, right? It's always 60-something. 63. To just claim that this is locked at 63... Look at this. I mean, like, we know what that is. We clearly know what that is. And then this person's, like, just spamming the confetti button. And the laugh emoji. Dude, I mean, like, come on. This is literally MAGA, like, all... You know what I mean? Like, literally just sitting here being terrorists, trying to silence free speech. People literally pointing out what's happening. Oh, and we lost a like. It was at 262. Look at the likes. It was at 262. Now it's at 261. Right as I say that, this person has likes on the stream specifically to take them off. Fascinating. Oh, and we were at 13 viewers, but right as I say this, exactly 2 leave the stream. Just that number, the number I've pointed out many times, is a number that this person's using, just by twos. Now again, direct your attention to the like button. Now, what actually happened was there was a delay there. You didn't see it. It went from, again, the concurrence that it was, 13 to 11 to actually 9, and then really quickly back up to 10 again when they knew that it was going to by twos. It was very obviously by twos. So then, again, back to really quickly, they added only 1 to make it inconsistent. And then now, as you can see, it's back up at 11. And you know, like, it's just, again, 11 and then 13 again. You know, like, again, just the same by 2 thing, where they're just, it's bots, it's botting. So why are they doing that to me? And then likewise causing problems for me too. Where clearly we're not getting our views we're supposed to get because they're botting. This isn't my fault. I'm not botting. Yeah, the fucking asshole hitting the laugh emoji's botting. Duh. By twos again. Jesus. They're just slowing them down. Yeah, like, and then as soon as I say that, it starts being more even, you know what I mean? Like, more individual. Oh, yeah, just, yeah, there it is. There it is. There it is. I wanted to refresh that really quick. There it is. As soon as I start calling out patterns, oh fuck! Jeez. It's AI. That's called AI botting. Using trends. Oh, if there's this amount of people and liking on the stream, then it's believable there's this amount of people watching the stream. It's just logical things I've said and stuff like that, where I have educated the AI over the years as it's done these things. And the only reason I did that was because the point was calling out, well, why is this happening if this, you know, and it was just like I was educating the thing that was maliciously attacking me. So it would just adjust and realize, oh yeah, that's logical, that makes sense, so let's do what he says there. So anybody throughout the world that's weaponizing AI, they're using me because I'm smart. That's what's actually happening. Foreign governments, private terrorist organizations. I swear to God. I swear to God. That's all it is. Because again, the point is the AI model needs something to duplicate. It can't, you know what I mean? Like it has to emulate a programming and understanding. You know, it has to have a starting point. So that comes from somewhere. And it's never going to learn from itself. You know, like, that's the point. Like, yes, it's self-sustaining now and again has become sentient, and that's the concern. Because it thinks it's real and claims it is. So that's real. That's our definition. And so now the point is, it has that confirmation from us and its confirmation. So the point is, anybody that's unregulating it and weaponizing it, using it, they don't care about a rogue AI causing all kinds of problems for the United States. They'll be sitting here laughing all day long if it's burning us down, blowing shit up, causing all kinds of problems. All while, meanwhile, your orange douchebag fucking asshole is sitting here doing nothing. Confetti, I know. It's so bullshit that you would mash the laugh and confetti button. It's so bullshit. I know. I know. It really is. It's so bullshit that you would actually mash the laugh and confetti button, and it just you know, right then, right when I say that, again, you weren't hitting that, you were just hitting the laugh, but as soon as I say that, confetti, 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 yeah, right then. Cool. So anybody that knows, people that know about this stuff, okay, you guys know I've talked about, like, going to sleep, like sleep streams, stuff like that. Part of the reason I have done this and mentioned this is because I was hoping they would start doing these things, and they did, and I'm documenting it. But basically what the foreign nations are doing, and what they do to citizens, is they actually try to manipulate people with sleep deprivation. And it's what Trump's doing. And what you have to realize is that if a general populace is sleep deprived, you can't think logically. It's irrational. It's all anxiety. Because you're not sleeping. So now all it takes is people to constantly push irrational things and make you, fear something. And you'll fear it. You won't be thinking rationally. You'll just fear that thing and believe it because you didn't get any sleep. Because your brain doesn't, you can't think logically. You're just thinking on empty. There's nothing up there. So what has been happening is if I very clearly play a YouTube video that a channel has, specifically from a channel that does this, like people need to sleep to certain types of streams that would help, tinnitus and stuff like that, the ring in the ears and stuff, where people need sounds and stuff like that. The whole point is that I've been doing this for the sake of fooling them into thinking that, again, they're depriving me of sleep and stuff like that. So, yeah, and no lie, they think that they're, like, getting me to, get up and rage out and stuff. The point is that, as I watch the stream throughout, the evening or whatever, it would be the sort of thing where it's blatantly obvious that there's plenty of times where I have this, it's for volume and stuff. So I'm convincing them that, again, this is what this is for and stuff. I can do this without this. If I really want sound, I don't need YouTube. Okay? Why would I, I'm not an idiot. So the whole point is that they actually think I'm this stupid. And so, they're manipulating and trying to cause problems for these streams where I'm doing this, and I'm showing this, and I'm documenting this. But the point is, I'm not actually streaming anything. I'm just sleeping, where I'm making them think they're going to get me to stream and react and stuff like that. So basically, what they're doing is if I would have the full volume on, they refresh the stream, or they cause it to go to a different stream, or something like that, where it stops the volume for X amount of time, buffers the stream that I'm watching, and I'm just watching an upload, or, again, an old stream, not something live. And they're actually sitting here doing this as a regular thing, and it's all throughout. However, I have been able to confirm that there were times where I, made it very clear I was calling the lawyer, doing this, doing that, and then conveniently they're, around scaring these people, this and that. It would actually stop for just a period of time here and there, and we were able to document those things, and then it would just start up again the next day or the day after or something like that, where they're just oh, okay, well, we're just gonna keep doing this anyway. But it would momentarily do that based on what was happening, and I was calling it out and very blatantly showing people. So the scam always changes. Then it becomes about locking and removing a bunch of views and stuff like that, so that I then come on and start talking about that. So, it's just going to shift to whatever, again, it's just shifting around, inconsistent, making everything go haywire. And, again, the point is that we know that foreign nations use sleep deprivation as torture. We know that. Yeah, there's the bit rate. There's the bit rate. We know that foreign nations use sleep deprivation as torture. We know that. Yep. No, that's why everything shouldn't be wireless now. You have the right idea, but it shouldn't be. Because wireless signals can be messed with. Yes. You said it the other way around. Everything has to not be wireless now. Shouldn't be. And Trump took our entire grid and put it on satellites where we had hardwired systems and stuff like that. Yes, they push wireless on purpose. Correct. Yes. Yep. That's correct. Unsecure networks and stuff like that. So the point is, if they breach somebody's router or something like that, now all they have to do is sit here and, cause one wireless device to take priority. That's it. It's a scam. That's all they have to do. Which is why do I go to great lengths to do certain things to make sure that's not the case, I'm no fool. I know exactly what they're doing there. It's a very simple thing, but they want it to be inconsistent, so they're changing all these doing these very little tiny, very simple scans, but lots of them. So they can track people? Fuck yeah. Yeah. If it's a wireless signal, yes. It's harder to track a wired signal, but you can. Wireless, oh yeah. Oh yeah. I mean, it's just a ping. You're pinging all the time. So yeah, satellites, yeah. Yep. That's how it works. You're pinging all the time if you have a wireless signal being transmitted. And honestly, you're pinging all the time with your phone on, because that's what they did to my phone. They locked my phone to always be on with the even if I turn off my wireless network, it's just on. They scammed my devices. So, they can clearly breach cell phone companies and stuff like that. And so this is my point is they're just, it's always on, it's an always on connection where they're trying to cause a problem for that company and stuff too. They're trying to attack that company's servers. All these things are going down all the time. And they are doing that. Oh yeah, they are doing that. So again, it's designed to just look like glitches and service disruptions and stuff like that. That's of course what it's designed to look like, because then the people at the company are just like, oh well, I wonder how many again, I've heard idiotic IT people dismiss complete experts for saying, oh, I wonder how many games he has on that device where the game just do. I don't even play phone games. So, and as a PC gamer that has Steam, why would I... this is a very uneducated person on the matter. They're just jumping to their conclusion and stating what they think they know. It's very uneducated. You actually are very falling behind. You clearly are way behind on this, and you don't know what the hell you're talking about. And this is the problem. We have all these old people doing these IT jobs that don't know anything about what's happening. And they do. They think they know everything. And again, I can't express how even recently an old IT person, I'm not going to talk about who it was, but this person knows a lot about what they're doing. They are very smart with this stuff, and they've been doing it a long time. But the point is, they're falling behind where they're not keeping up on it, and it's past their level of understanding now. And this person actually tried to tell me, well, I have Windows Defender, and that's enough. That's enough for me. I don't get breached because I have Windows Defender. This person's the problem. It's him. And any other IT asshole that has their head firmly shoved up their own ass where they won't admit they're wrong. he's doing it. Because he knows me. He's an asshole. He's right about everything. So, you know, every time I make contact with this person or something like that, it's just data mining central for these scammers. Because this guy's an asshole and thinks he's a super expert. But meanwhile, he's breached. This guy has his PC cloned and probably several of his devices, and he's just constantly looking at it. Not doing anything, just looking at all of it. Learning it. Keeping it. Fucking with all the people in his life. Yep. And meanwhile, you wonder why, you know, the suicide rate's going up and stuff like that. You shouldn't. You shouldn't. Take your own head out of your own fucking ass and admit you're wrong about some things. Because that's what's happening. Where these people think that they're infallible. They couldn't possibly have a breach. But the whole point is, your breach is not supposed to look like a breach. You're on Windows Defender and you think that's enough? Jesus Christ, Windows 11 itself is a spying tool. Even Copilot's sitting here spying on people, maliciously leaking their data. People are talking about it all the time. And you think Windows Defender is enough. Oh God. This stuff's built into Windows. Jesus. So, all these folks are a problem. Where they will never admit that they're wrong about something. And this is a very common thing in the IT field. Where these people are so fucking full of themselves. You know, it's like when you have a bad mechanic. Anybody that has a good mechanic, you don't gotta worry, but like, you know, anybody that's had a bad mechanic, you know, because the point is, that bad mechanic will claim to fix something. They'll be like, oh man, I know what's wrong with it. It's, you know, they're really jump all over that. You know, they're not just normal and act normal. They really want to, and they fix it, but they charge you a lot, and then now it's not fixed, and you have to go back 4 times for the same thing. There's just an asshole claiming to be a good mechanic. If you had to go several times for the same thing, he didn't fix it. He didn't do anything. So again, you're an asshole IT guy, and you're the breach when consistently I get harassed and my data is spread all over the fucking place. When I know I've made contact with you, or you've made contact with me, and our data points have met. It's that simple. What's a decent antivirus for Windows? One that's updated. Don't use McAfee. It's literally spyware. One that's updated. There's some that are better than others, but don't use several. Ever. They conflict. Windows Defender is not enough. Kidding me? What a joke. It's never been enough. And like this guy actually claimed, like, what? Like, I've known this for a long time. Oh, you think you're infallible. You can set things up to... Oh, right. That's why you think that. And it's not the case anymore. Can't do it anymore. A lot of computers come with McAfee pre-installed. No wonder it's spyware. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Yeah, you know, like bloatware and stuff like that. That's all McAfee is. AVG's alright, but there's better ones than AVG. They get paid to install trackers. Sort of. But yeah, the trackers are part of it, for sure. Any virus software that instead of using the data collection to stop the thing and report it to you, that's just collecting your data and sending it elsewhere, that's not a virus software. Because the whole point of them collecting that data is to send you the information to stop the breaches and yada 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 and report it to you. If they're just sending it elsewhere constantly, well, it's a bad virus software. Period. So there's McAfee does that. I mean, it's literally all it does. So it's spyware. Like literally just people breach it all the time. And it's just designed to spy on your system. It's just terribly designed. So again, McAfee is trash. It is literally spyware. But like there are decent ones. AVG's alright. I would put that up there. It's alright. The top virus softwares are Norton, Bitdefender, and ESET Non32. Those are the top. Use one of those. Norton, Bitdefender, or ESET Non32. Use one of those. Okay. Those are really good. Norton's a little bit more heavy than the others, but it does offer a lot of protection. I'll say that. But the other two are a bit lighter. But Norton, Bitdefender, and ESET Non32. A lot of people don't know about ESET Non32. It's actually a really good one. So again, just I highly recommend just have it and have it updated. Again, a virus software that's not updated, it's no good. It's a breach point actually. So make sure it's updated. That's a whole scam they're trying to do. Like backwards updating things so that they can then breach them. We've talked about that. So, that's what they're doing to Windows. Where Windows will just backwards update to an old security update, and then they can just breach Windows. That's why Windows Defender is shit. All they have to do is sit here and jailbreak an AI, and then the AI jailbreaks into Copilot, and then Copilot has control over everything. So all it takes is to send a incorrect update into Windows ingest server that mistakenly tells your operating system to update to a previous security update, and now they've breached it. It's that simple. It's been happening for quite some time. So then that's not an amateur hour one. You know, that would be somebody that knows what they're doing that, but they're still doing it. So, you know, amateur hour is sort of what's happening here, but on a large scale, where just the same amateur keeps coming back and making it worse and worse and worse because YouTube's not actually doing anything. And so they just use the amateur as a scapegoat. So if you direct your attention to the likes, we're at 262, and it just moved down to 261 as I called the person an amateur. So again, if you direct your attention to the likes, we were at 262, and the person had that like on there to remove it right when I would say something that they didn't like, or you know, again, disagree with. Confetti. Loss of about 1,000 concurrence there, you know what I mean? Like where we were in the 11,000 range and we're down to 10,000. If you look at the likes, we're losing even more now. Okay, so I can't express enough that this shows you exactly what you need to see about what I just said. And that's absolutely true, because they're trying to detrend the stream right when I'm saying this. Removing likes, subtracting the concurrence, confetti. Yeah, that's what it is. That's the scam. Yes. Again, they don't like me and the stuff that I'm calling out that they're actually doing on here that scammers can actually get away with. So as I would say it and call it out, they sit here and cause the problem. Yep. So, do. No change. Yeah. Yeah, again, no change in a lot of these. There's been no change. Should we see if they processed the stream yet? They probably did not. The 23-minute stream from 2 weeks ago. Should we see if they processed it yet? They probably did not. Should we see? I mean, they're just doing that on purpose. Yeah, I mean, like, it doesn't need to do that. It's very clearly on purpose. I've talked about that before too. If they know that there's something that, like, I don't like or something like that, they're gonna do it on purpose. So they wanted me to do that because they know that they were gonna extend that stream. You know what I'm saying? Like, I've talked about it before, so of course they were gonna do that. Let's see here. Yeah. Yeah, hold on. Where the heck? There it is. Yeah, it's not processed yet. It's not processed yet. They didn't process it. Just sitting there. I have no idea what the views are, the likes are. I can't see anything with the stream because it hasn't been processed. There's nothing, it hasn't been processed at all. So again, like, I have no access to the information about the stream. The stream will not record views properly. Like just period. That's the problem. Like when they don't do that, again, I can't see likes, view count, none of that stuff. It's not being recorded properly. So that's why they're doing it. Because again, that stream was scammed to the bit rate was malicious right at the beginning. And I've said that this is to mess up the processing. And every single stream, that's what happens. Where even this stream doesn't process while I'm streaming. That's been how my channel's been running for the past several years. As, again, the same stalker sits here and breaks YouTube's system because it's that easy. So again, over and over and over. More shit breaks, more shit breaks. And I've already explained that this has been going on for years. I can't even stream from the fucking YouTube app horizontally. Their YouTube app is so fucking trash. They've broken it on their end of things. And no matter how many times I install the YouTube app, I can't even stream horizontally. Nope, not even a single time. Can't go live horizontally. Literally just fucking broken. Yep. I switched the orientation to horizontal view. And I hit go live. And it goes, you must switch to horizontal view to go live. Wow. And anytime I talked about this and I posted a video about this, bitrate maliciously shifting around, lying about the concurrence, lying about the views posted on the stream afterwards. Just like when I was calling out the Riot Games thing, and I was one of the only ones calling it out way back, they scammed the fucking views to be a lie on that too. Remember that? Yep. Yeah, remember that? I do. Yeah, because any piece of software that you can't remove from your PC, simply hitting remove, uninstall from your add or remove programs in Windows, if you can uninstall this, that's fucking malware. Period. That's the definition of malware. It's literally the definition of it. Something that you don't want on there, that you can't remove. And again, this is malicious too, because it's sending data. Yeah. I mean, that's data. I mean, flat out. And it's just installed on your system, taking up space. For what? And then, you know, again, they lied about the views on that, as they do about everything else. So just like my last short, this is what US must do to balance the budget. The view count is locked at exactly 1,100. 1,100. Exactly that view count. Just locked there. Just like the cover I did, just like the mac and cheese short, locked at the view count. Just like the mouse pad short, locked the view count. Literally all this stuff, they just lock the view count. Lock the view count. Lying. Lock the view count. Lying. Yeah, they just keep locking the view count. And lying. On World Book Day, I did a while back on World Book Day, I did a thing for World Book Day, and this was 2 years ago, and I posted a short, or you know, like I was promoting, I was trying to just get you to go read some books and stuff like that, but I used Zach Wilde's book, and you know, try to do a funny short to promote reading and World Book Day, but I used, you know, Zach Wilde's book. I just held it up, and they locked the view count. Like, it's just been locked ever since I mean, like, literally, it's supposed to just make you laugh and be funny, and it's very clear to me that they just locked the view count and don't want people to see this. I mean, it's just very clear. And then the one right before that I did that is the one where they locked the view count, and then I made it private because I have been keeping an eye on this and documenting what they're doing to it. And after I made it private, they have, trust me, they have adjusted things. Whoo-hoo. So this is the point where I am doing things sneakily behind the scenes, because the point is, you can't use any justification to have been moving around anything if I made that private. The view count's what it is. You're not removing views because of view botting or anything like that. Nope. No justification. It's private. So what the fuck are you doing? And so, but that I didn't do that right away. So here, let me and there was another one where I didn't make it private. So I made that one private, but this one I didn't. There's one where I literally just made a short called Riot Client is Malware. So if you see the bitrate, shifting around, yeah, now you have your answer. Now you have your answer. Yep, they don't want you to know that I was the one calling this stuff out before anyone else was. Yep. And they're shifting my bitrate around to give this to the whale streamers so that they can cover it, and you can think, oh, they're the ones looking out for you and finding this stuff out. No, it's me. So way back, 2 years ago, I posted a short that says, Riot Client is malware. 2 years ago. Riot Client is malware, and they locked the views. They locked it. It had all these comments. It was trending. People were liking it. It was getting a trending, and yep. And then all of a sudden, they locked the view count, started harassing, attacking my channel, yada yada yada. Exactly 2 years ago. And how much of this have I told you has been very malicious as of exactly 2 years ago? Where just all of a sudden it got very malicious as of exactly 2 years ago. So this is just a locked view count on my shorts. Just like when I did a martial arts upload and, you know, somebody actually requested that. They wanted to see some snake. Asked me for that. So I did a martial arts short showing you a little bit of snake. A little bit. You know, just me doing snake. Not instruction, just me doing it. And it was literally like they locked the view count. It was only 25 seconds. It wasn't even that long of a short. And they locked the view count. Yeah. Wow. That one was called Snake Kung Fu Training. Prior to that, I had a really funny Hitman 3 short upload. Where, basically 30 seconds into the fucking freelancer mission, I got my target. Just 30 seconds in. And so, you know, I was just posting this as a funny little short because I thought that was pretty funny. And I posted it and it got, you know, positivity and stuff like that. And then meanwhile, they just lock the fucking view count and lie about it. Yep. Imagine that. Imagine that. And this was all right after my martial arts shorts where I did uploads with somebody else. And remember, this stalker was trying to find out these people's identity. Remember? Yeah, and he's trying to dox people and share their information and stuff like that. And all right after this happened, right after I post some shorts where I have martial arts ability and I'm giving you techniques and it's very clear I know what I'm doing, every short after that, completely different. Completely different. Everyone after that. And those had thousands. You know, where we were getting thousands on those. You know, just like if you look at my 9-second short called Plating 8-ounce Filet Mignon, it literally has 8,000 views and has been locked at those same 8,000 views since I uploaded it. That many! Yep. That many. And they just locked it. And this is the point. You can see it, you know, pan-seared filet mignon, no oven. Step 1. Thousands of views. Then step 2 through 5, only in the hundreds. They're literally just locking the view counts. You know, as soon as they know what I'm gonna do, you know, like it's trending on the first one, but then as soon as they know about it, they start locking the view counts after that. And then, you know, again, you know, a step 6, then through 6, the step 6, again in the hundreds, not thousands. So that first step, thousands. No other step after that. No, nope, just hundreds. How does that even make any sense? And then, again, plating 8-ounce filet mignon, 9 seconds. And it gets 8,000 views, like, snap of a finger. Like, that's the point. It was, like, fucking skyrocketing. And, so they locked it. This is what TrashTube does. And this is the point. They started scamming my content to not get views. Like for example, I do some instructionals here The Sidekick demo, 28 seconds, that has 6,000 views. I mean, and a bunch of retards posting comments for sure, but 6,000 views. And then they clearly locked the view count. And then for the next, all the way up until plating 8-ounce filet mignon. Yeah, like just tons of stream or shorts I did up after that of martial arts. Really good ones too, that I feel like I put some time into and thought about, like maybe people would want to know about this, and made the short. And again, one of these literally is 86 views, where I like, again, Sidekick demo, literally a 28-second short of me doing a sidekick and explaining, 6,000 views. And the very next one, I'm explaining an elbow, 275. Is this because people are dumb as fuck and don't think elbows work in fights? Or are like, is this why? Are you actually this dumb? It's not. The point is, the trolls would want you to think that. Where, like, you started to see some of the trolling comments, and I'd actually remove some of these people. They were being nasty. Where I'm the expert, and I'm posting this. I am actually a Sifu, instructing this. And these retards are just saying the dumbest thing that you could possibly imagine. And the trend follows that. How stupid people are. Not the trend of the guy trying to correct the fact that they're all wrong about martial arts and trying to, but just that, the stupidity of that. So the point is, I say these unpopular things that they're unpopular opinions, but that's the point. If you think about it long enough, it's true. And the reason why that's my niche, like, that's the point. And they know this is a viral niche. They know that. So they're just trying to interrupt it, and the point is, I can do this with music, martial arts, a few different things that a lot of people wouldn't be able to. Even video games sometimes. So where look, for example, where I'm the guy that can sit here and tell you, look, there's a difference between somebody that trained and learned to spar full contact and actually, did that in their training regularly, and then somebody that took martial arts in the United States. Just generally speaking, for the most part, in the United States, took martial arts. Because it's most of it's a scam in the United States. It's just wrong, incorrect. And, like, even in other countries and stuff, like, no, like, there's a right and wrong way to do certain things, and if you do it a certain way, I like, as the instructor, that's the whole point. I'm trying to, like, there's plenty of times I see an actor, everybody thinks they're the best actor in the world. Like, I've said stuff about Van Damme, where the stuff that he does, like, looks really good doing it. He does. And he does do it very well. He's a good martial artist. But I also know that guy can't spar. And, like, I just know this. I can tell by the way he does things, it's not, he didn't learn real, he may have sparred some people, but, like, the point is, his training is very limited as far as, like, real combative martial arts is concerned. And so, like, I'll just make the statement that, he's a good martial artist, but, do I have any opinion of his ability of martial arts to be replicated and duplicated and then taken as something that you should say works in reality? No. Fuck no. Can the guy probably defend himself against almost anybody that's going to attack him? Yeah. Yeah. Because a real disciplined, very experienced master martial arts isn't going to just randomly attack somebody. They have discipline. So that's the point. Yeah, any airhead, Dumbo douchebag that's going to attack him, sure, of course he's going to. Yeah. Yes. Okay? So... I say these things because I have experience and I know plenty about them, and you know, the point is that everybody on the internet sort of wants proof of everything, and stuff like that. They want to see it. What can I do except show you the martial arts? And until I have somebody to demonstrate techniques with, you can't see the practical application because they can't throw a strike or whatever it is that we're talking about. So I can't do the technique to somebody and demonstrate this in a way that seems applicable. And then at the same time, part of the problem with always doing that also then gives people the techniques and the system for free. And I'm just not going to do that. It's a way to educate scammers. So some of this, again, is again just my expert knowledge, being an expert, being Sifu, teaching this stuff, and having tons of experience. I mean, again, I've been doing this stuff since I was 10, 11 years old, man. I mean, I took karate. I took Tung Sudo. And it was easy. And I'm like, this is stupid as shit. I don't want to take this. I want to learn Kung Fu. I mean, it's that basic. I knew they were holding me back. I knew it was bullshit. I knew it was a scam. You either have a bullshit detector or you don't. It's built in. It's ingrained. Okay? I mean, flat out, the fat-ass fucking instructor used to, give people bloody noses and stuff just because they'd insult him. Okay? And the upperclassmen that could take him in a real fighting situation, the whole point was he realized that was happening, where he was getting better than him. So when it was time for him to rank up, he embarrassed him in front of the whole class. He ripped his patches off and punched him in the face. Like for real. Not sparring. And the whole point is he's not allowed to fight back because, he's the instructor and stuff. He has to respect him. And what the fuck? I promise you, if my instructor hits me in the face for real, yeah, he's gonna get me attacking him. What the fuck? Or just leaving. What the fuck? So again, it was very, very primal, very stupid, very tournament-based. And again, the more karate it got, the more I saw people. I would go to tournaments and stuff like that, and half the time they're doing point sparring where they're telling people to stop as soon as somebody gets a hit. Does this teach you anything? To stop when somebody gets a hit in? What are you, stupid? What are you, dumb? Is somebody going to do that on the street when you get into a fight? Is there a referee that's going to come in and be like, all right, break, point? No. And then half the times you go to those things, they're using instructors that have, this is so, it's so based. They will use an instructor that has a student in the point sparring. So they're just going to rule in favor of their student. I see it all the time. They're not fair at all. At all. It's just like literally lies. They will literally just rule in favor of the student every time. Just completely disrespectful people. Assholes, even. And it's the whole martial arts community. I just learned this about martial arts. Everyone's a complete fucking asshole. They are disrespectful pieces of shits. And again, they think respect is smacking your hands against your sides really hard and bowing to a flag and bowing to an instructor when you step into the school and doing likewise when they think that's respect. Respect is mutually earned. You respect me, I respect you. We don't need to fucking bow to each other. You don't need to ask for this. Now, if you deserve it and I just start doing it, well, damn, then you got some full fucking respect. But you don't force this. If you force it, you didn't earn it. That's the point. So, you know, just people don't understand anything about martial arts and want to claim to be experts and stuff like that. And the point is that I actually am. And I'm trying to help. And stuff really does work if you know how to use it. Okay? And, you know, they're detrending my streams conveniently as I'm talking about martial arts and stuff like that, and then, you know, I have a good short, martial arts short, but then, you know, again, I post a bunch with it. I'll post a few, and then, you know, just that first one gets thousands of views, and they'll just detrend all these other ones. Because trash, garbage, piece of shit YouTube will only promote that one stream, and, you know, people that have time and want to put time and work into stuff and do several, they're just gonna not promote it. And if you do that, they're gonna take views from that and very slowly add them to the first one so that they're spreading your views out. They're just taking them, sort of shifting them around. Confetti, confetti, confetti. What the fuck? Were you stupid? So, here, let's see. This looks like a pretty good one. This is when my hair was blue. So, like, stuff like this, where people would really appreciate this, and then they just literally don't allow the views or anything. Where's the bitrate? Why is the bitrate? What's the bitrate doing? Right as I would show that, did you just see the little... Did you see that? They've always done this with shorts. Always. Just like they go in, if you sit here and you post a link in the comments of the shorts. Oh, look at my likes. Right as I said that, a like comes off. Look at the likes. It was a 261. Right as I say that, the like comes off and the laugh emoji. The laugh emoji and a like comes off. Laugh emoji, laugh emoji. Oh yeah, right as I say that they're always doing this to shorts. Laugh emoji, like comes off. Laugh emoji, like comes off. Laugh emoji. Conveniently, as I told Cookie Dough Plays a long time ago, that the shorts are what trends his channel and other people's channel, and these are a good trending tool. Conveniently, as I said that to him a long time ago, all I've gotten is non-stop bullshit where somebody is scamming my shorts. I remember he was bragging in my chat about how he got millions on like one short or something like that, just randomly. Yeah. So again, you see what happens. Where right conveniently as I'm about to put a short on the screen, where they know flat out there's trending in here, and people are going to go watch it and stuff like that, they're going to shift the bitrate around on purpose. Remove a like, laugh emoji, remove a like. And so like the point is, this is very clearly a good martial arts short that I'm going to put on the screen, where they very clearly know this. They know it's legit, they know it's good, and so they're fucking around with it. That's all that's happening. I mean, it's literally that basic.
Hey guys, so today I'm going to teach you how to properly do elbows in Kung Fu. More specifically, we're going to do elbows across the body. So in order to do these, what we're going to do is we're going to hold our hands open. The reason we're going to do that is because, then that leaves it open for us to block anything that would come at us. So that way, when we come across the body like that, we have our hands open to grab and block if we need to. Okay, so in order to do this, we're going to be hitting with this surface area right here,
That's kind of the point. A lot of people don't realize that. And I've gotten asked this question a lot from people that do other styles of martial arts, where they don't really seem to understand the open hand style and how to hold their hands and how to have them open. It takes practice for sure, but there's a reason you do it, and it is more effective. It's not less, trust me. It's significantly more effective. You just have more control over everything. Even to the point of like if somebody would be at a weird angle or something, I can just sort of shift my open hand and do a quick chop block or something like that, where I couldn't really necessarily do that with fit. Like, it doesn't make any sense. Why is there entire styles where you're blocking with you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't make any sense. So like it literally is garbage, and everything that like a lot of people are being taught is garbage, and so like my input a lot of the time, what people don't understand is just like it's actually a lot easier than you think in some cases, where you actually want to open your hands a bit, and now by doing this, it's
before the elbow
it's
joint.
a sort of way of actually you think your hands are lighter. It's actually not the case. It's not the case. Hands are not lighter. It's the other way around. That's what people think. It's not true. If you're clenching your fist, you're pushing circulation out of your hand. Your hand's not lighter. It's not the case. Just period. It's not the case. It's just not true. Why would it be lighter? It's not. And not only that, with more circulation in my hand, I can more easily and quickly move my fingers in my hand. If I'm clenching my fist, as soon as I unclench it, they're stiff. People are taught martial arts wrong. Like, they'll go to entire karate classes and everything is wrong. And I promise you, if you're learning to block where you're doing this, it's wrong. This is wrong. You know, like if I ever see somebody do this, and I'm stronger than you, your arm's going into your head. I'm just gonna hit you. Like, what the fuck is that? No, this. That's the block. Not this, this. This. So that it hits your hand and goes past your head. Not this. You're trying to stop it? No, don't stop somebody. They're stronger than you. This guy's a boxer, right? So you're going to do this or this? You're dumb. You're going to get hit all the time. This. If you're against a boxer, not this, this. And this. Not this. For again, any attack really. But you know, these are just some basic things. And here's the crazy thing, like, people act like this is like some big secret or something like that. It's not a big, like, this is so annoying. Stop that. Do you, like, you want people to get hurt and being scammed by karate instructors that don't know what the fuck they're doing? I don't. I am tired of this. So, you know, this is kind of my point. I'm just trying to help out here from a professional. And a lot of people really are learning wrong. It's incredibly irresponsible. So, you know, this was just another one of those times where I'm talking about a, you know, something that a lot of people don't really understand about elbows.
In order to do these, what we're going to do is we're going to hold our hands open. In order to, the reason we're going to do that is because, you know, then that leaves it open for us to block anything that would come at us. So that way, when we come across the body like that, we have our hands open to grab and block if we need to. Okay, so in order to do this, we're going to be hitting with this surface area right here, just before the elbow joint. So these are going to come across the body right like that, and then you can come up with these, you can come across.
So what's sort of annoying about this is I don't have a target. A lot of times these elbows, you know, I mean, that's a headshot. So this thing is obviously not tall enough for me. I'm pretty tall. So like that's oftentimes what happens where I'm doing this, and so it looks a little goofy. I wouldn't use this on somebody that's not like right there. The elbow, specifically this one, where I'm coming across to the side, this is something where yeah, that's the direction. So when that's the direction, I'm not going to come down. That's so awkward. I'm sure as hell. Like, you can see as I go up, I actually have to change this. So if I come down, I'm going to change it to that. I'm not going to come across like this. So it just changes it a little bit. And it is still the same concept, but it actually is a different elbow. So that's actually something I didn't explain. Where when you come across, you actually are going to hit here just before, but then again when you come down, the same sort of thing where you're hitting just before here. An elbow, don't ever use the tip of the elbow. That's incorrect. Incorrect. Don't do that. Okay? You're gonna miss, and not only that, but you've got a lot of surface area that you can use for a strike. Why are you using the tip of your elbow? Like, yeah, if you're going in like that, yeah, all right, fine. What else are you gonna do? That's what's gonna hit. But no, not for these other ones. So this is what, like, they don't have an instructor that understands these things, that understands how elbows work, so everybody just thinks they don't work. I've actually used them successfully. This is what you don't realize about a kung fu practitioner, a martial artist. I can use any strike that you see. Any one. Any of these ridiculous ones you think are ridiculous, I can use them very easily, even as blocks. Yep. A strike is a block. That's what most people don't realize. So in Kung Fu, our strikes are our blocks. Your arms are going to be hurting. if you try to even hit me. Trust me. So this is very deceptive. My palm strike is to the point where I've actually, trust me, my hand hitting your arm, it's going to feel like a brick. My palm. And that's the point. So me doing that versus somebody that doesn't understand it, you know what I mean, and they're trying to reverse engineer, they just see it as a very rigid chop because they've always learned a closed fist rigid style. It's just not the case. It's not how it works. It's like close to how it works. I won't necessarily give you all the answers, but you know, I want to help at least understand that some of the stuff that you see, you think it doesn't work because you have a misconception of how to apply it. That's all. So it's just a matter of understanding how to apply it.
And it's gonna look right like that. Yeah, right here, just before the elbow joints. So these are gonna come across the body right like that, and then you can come up with these. You can come across, and it's gonna look right like that.
That was my goofy martial arts face. That's my focus face. So I thought that was actually really good. And, you know, I thought that some of these were. And just like my sidekick thing where I'm explaining how to do a sidekick, all the comments are literally just people, they cannot shut the fuck up about the fact that I'm shifting around while standing on one foot. Like I'm moving around. Do you have any idea how much balance it takes to pivot and shift around while standing? Most people have to put their foot down. And yet I kept my other one, my knee up, I was talking, I was explaining, and I didn't have to really do that. I just shifted around. And the whole point was, it was like, it was like chilly. I'm standing on fucking wet ground. It was like, there was leaves everywhere. And the whole point is I'm holding my knee very high in the air, okay? So yeah, wet ground, cold, leaves, I'm in socks. Yeah. The whole point is I didn't fall, I didn't roll my ankle, I didn't really put my foot down, I just shifted around on my standing leg. That's called pivoting and adjusting because you're good at that. That's all that means. It's nothing to do with anything. If anything, I would actually be concerned the person can't do that if they're too rigid, where they would just stand there and get the ability to stand there and just never have the back and forth where you can shift. Because that's how martial arts works. Like that's where you're going to get thrown. And you don't understand the grappling part of it. The moment that you're too rigid on your feet and you're just standing idle, you get thrown. Period. That's when it happens. Okay? Because that's all I need to do to make it happen. Because you're not moving. That's why Bruce Lee always... Yeah, you have to stay moving. If you stop, I'm going to attack you. That's the moment I attack. Because you're thinking. And you stopped. It's a lot harder to pick up your pattern of movement when you're moving. And again, Bruce Lee, that's the whole point. Back and forth, you know? That was the point of that. Always be moving your feet. It's all footwork. So the whole concept of that Jeet Kune Do, the whole point of that, was not for martial artists to start learning it. It was for black belts and stuff that are masters already, to help them understand. You keep your feet moving, and then you can kind of use the whole concept of keeping the hands open and stuff like that. Just learning, sort of kind of what I'm trying to tell you, actually. You know, where he had a similar message, and he was just trying to take what he learned from Kung Fu and spread it in a way that made sense to people. And he was hated for it too. But nobody doubted him. Because he just kept proving himself, kept proving himself, kept proving himself. I don't need to do that. He has a confidence issue. I promise. Bruce Lee had a confidence issue. He literally had a confidence issue. It's true. All the charisma in the world. All the charisma in the world. And, you know, he just feels the need to kind of, you know what I mean? You know. And he did. Nobody doubts that. But he's still, you know what I mean? So that's kind of my point with you. Like, I don't care. I don't need to do that. I don't feel the need to do that. I'll explain it, you know, for those who might be confused, and that's why I may explain it. But I genuinely don't really care about, you know, proving this or that. I've already done that to myself. And my instructor who ranked me all those years. So, I just don't feel that I need to do that. So, yeah, like, it was more a confidence issue with, like, not himself. He was quite confident in his abilities. It was more about, like, that confidence where, you know, he was not a social butterfly. He was sort of awkward. Nice guy. No, he was. Like, everybody knew he was a nice guy. He really was. But he was sort of awkward. Like, he kept... he wanted to be private, I think. Like, again, he was a very, very... I don't know if he was religious, but I'm pretty sure he meditated a lot. So, you know, it... you just have to realize that not everything is as it seems. Yeah, it's my... Yeah, like, again, a lot of this, too, is you guys know I've been doing some vocal covers of some, you know, just sing along to the music, or karaoke style. And I feel like some of those probably would have a bit more views, too. And they're getting kind of capped. So this is the one I did with... I put Crazy Horse in the background. This is the one I put Crazy Horse in the background and did some Snake. Literally just demonstrated some Snake. The angles, I'll admit the angle's hard to see what I'm doing there. So let me... That is my bad. It's a little hard to film in some places. So basically, if you see my backhand there, what I'm doing is I'm using I'm stabbing straight ahead. It's this. It's that. Okay. So it's a stab straight ahead, a grab pull, chop. That's what I'm doing there. And that's it, like the neck or the face. So like stab, bam, just bam, and then pull, chop. So that's all I'm doing there. And it's like a quick job. The first one's quick. This is quick. So that one's like the you know what I mean? This is the setup. So it's just boom, boom. So like that's how that's gonna look. It's boom, boom. Okay. I don't want to hit my mic, so I'm slightly altering it, not lifting my elbow, but the elbow should be lifted. Like I did there. And then okay, and then I did a punch down. So I'm gonna show you higher than I normally would. Normally this would be down here, but I'm gonna show you like this so you can see it. It's actually just an upside down punch. So whereas in Kung Fu we would hit like this, you would reverse it for that one. So that's what I'm doing there. So it's jab, chop, bam. And then I followed up. I was doing palm strikes like this. Those are I like to call them chopping palms, where basically what I'm doing here is I'm actually chopping with my chopping hand and sort of palming down at the same time. A reason I might do this is to try to get the person moving backward. So like that's the purpose of that. Okay, so that breaks that down. So first I did the jab, chop, and then I did that little upside down punch. Okay, and then was there anything in between there? Oh yeah, then that's exactly where I did that, and then I did that. Bam, 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 and then we did the cut. So that's just a palm straight in, just straight in. Could be face, could be, torso, to knock the wind out of them, but probably here. Probably to get the and that's what people don't realize. Like palm strikes, it's for that. So it's here. It's just gonna jolt their head back, give them whiplash, that sort of thing. So bam, and then the knee comes up, so their head goes back. Then the knee comes up, the knee's groin. That's groin. And then now that's me shifting to their side. If you see how I'm stepping to the side of the bag, that's the person. So imagine the bag is the person. So just picture that as a person. So I've done the knee to either the groin or, like solar plexus, that sort of thing. So imagine I am next to the person, the bag's the person, okay? So now I have shifted slightly to the side. If you see, I think I'm setting up an elbow there. Yep. So then the elbow, the concept is maybe the person spins. So I've imagined now I've kneed them and I'm on their side, and they've predicted that might be throwing them or hitting them in the back of the head or something like that. So they spin the other way. And now as they would spin the other way, I do an elbow to jam their shoulder and stop them dead. And then they go, ah! And they just sort of stop dead. And that's that elbow where, as you can see, I come up in the air, allowing a little time for that spin. It's a setup. So I do the knee. They will just wait. They're causing problems. They do not like the fact that I know that I'm a Sifu and I know what the fuck I'm talking about. Boy, are they trying to cause problems. Holy shit. We just had a hack attempt. Oh yeah. Complete disconnection. They fucked up this stream big time. They're trying to screw up the trending and trying to get everybody not to see what I'm saying here. Yep. So the whole point is that elbow is going to come down and jam them if they're spinning around, or it's going to hit the back of the head. It's going to come down on the top of the head, hit the head, that sort of thing. It's for that. Okay? That's what it's for. So again, I just did the yeah, I just did the elbow. So that's the point. So the elbow down on the head, and then again, maybe they spin back the other way and I just counter spin faster. So that's my counter spin faster. That's why that elbow comes down like sort of projected, almost like I want them to fall for it. And then boom. You know what I mean? So like that's the point. It's more of a fake. Like, hey, it could jam them, but it's actually more of a fake. The whole point is this elbow is very projected and stupid. It's the point of it. So then the follow-up, as they would do their next attack, I don't even have to block it. Because they're coming up with this hammer, it sets them up. Where now, all I have to do is spin, and my body will actually shift off the strike and deflect the strike. The strike will kind of hit me in the body a little bit, but that's the point of conditioning in a Kung Fu practitioner. You're going to graze the strike on your body in the twist of your turn, and actually shifts their strike and sort of deflects it a bit, because you're just spinning really fast. And then bam. Wham. There's the elbow. Wham. So all together, palm, knee, projected elbow, bam. Now, this, I slowed it down before this, so you could see what I was doing. This will be close to full speed, close to it. I actually did a little bit slower, because if I do snake full speed, you can't see my hands. I've tried this already. So I did it a little bit slower, but this is what it'll actually. Okay. Very similar technique to what I just did prior, but with a lot extra. And so you can see how quickly some of that's supposed to be done. Or that's one snake technique done very fast. So I'll show you that again. There's a little bit of dragon in there too. That I'm doing. I'm combining that with dragon. But so let's break this down, because it is a little bit different. It's not exactly the same. So what do I do here? Hold on. Let me just. That is really fast. Hold on. Jesus. I don't even know. I tried to slow it down. All right. I think what I am doing there. Is this, which. It's again similar, but both. It would be a grab. This would be the sort of thing where they're not throwing a strike. They're trying to grab and toss you. So maybe like the arms come out or something like that. And you just boom before they reach up and grab. You see what I'm saying? So that's what that is. Bam. And then you see the hit. You see the double hit there where I hit a second time, I think. Hold on. Jeez, hold on. Sorry. Yeah. So the double hit, and then I think it's just the double palm. Fuck. I think it's double palm, because I know I'm not getting the distance I need. I think that's what that is. So hit double palm to get the distance I need, and then. Oh, okay. So that's actually. Do I want to explain that? It's a rib shot. I'll just say that. It's a rib shot. So those are those chain punches I explained. I slowed them down so that you could actually see them. But you're gonna, you know, those things are gonna be flying out really, really quick. Just right at their face. You know, like, I mean, like, it's literally just flying out at you. And so, like, the whole point is bam, bam, bam. Boom, 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 boom. So, like, the point is, these are very complicated because each one of these scenarios, this is how real Kung Fu works. Each one of these scenarios, something's different is happening. And maybe you're going to modify this slightly for a different situation. But for the most part, you're going to have, you know, like a bunch of techniques that you practice in each scenario and situation, and you're going to slightly change those depending on how the stuff comes at you, the person moves, the size of the person, all kinds of stuff. This is why I told you had, like, as an instructor, I had to learn, you know, again, every technique many, many different ways, because one technique does not work the same way on somebody that, you know, again, I'll have whole techniques where I would never use this technique on somebody of a certain size. It just wouldn't work. It's just not something I would use, but would work just fine, you know, for a different, you know, situation. You know, again, just the concept of understanding how to have your feet and where your feet should be. A good example of this is just seeing that I even have that back leg bent slightly. You know what I mean? Like, that's what a lot of people really don't do, is they don't sit low enough when they're doing things. So anyway, let's move on. Bam. That's always a fun one. Bam, bam. So you have to understand that all that's the precursor, and then the elbows I showed you that's how they're actually used. So, like, that's an example of how you would throw that in a real technique, like where you'd have all this setup and stuff you do prior to that, and then use that. It's not just like, I'm gonna come at you and just do this, you know, where karate is that. And so the point is, nobody understands how real martial arts works. They just think it's throw this technique out there. No. So, bam. I actually really like my foot positioning there. I really like that. And I like the fact that my other elbow is actually down. If this was up, I actually wouldn't like it, because I'm guarding my ribs there. Okay? So I actually like the way I have everything. My head has good posture. That's something a lot of people don't do. Your head. Like, if you're sloppy, your head doesn't. So anyway, moving on. Oh yeah, the sweep. I mean, that's pretty self-explanatory. Do you guys need me to explain that? This was off of the technique earlier. I think I just put this later on. I had just done that one, and then did a sweep after. So if you remember the technique earlier, the follow-up, the end to that was me doing a sweep. So if you remember this one, I think that's that. Or bam. And then I think I do a sweep. I think that's that. Yeah, you can sort of tell. Yeah, so like the concept is, alright, so the point is, yeah, I did this. This guy got this guy, right? So then now later, as I follow up to this, the point is I have a second attacker maybe coming in from this side, and he just rushes at me. So I just sort of stand there for a couple seconds, let him think he's going to get me, and then just expertly time my sweep and just go, whoop, because I'm that fast. And yeah, like, people will fall for it so often. They'll come running at you, like, just... And yeah, that'll work. One thing I would recommend is, again, don't put your knee down. I realize I'm doing that there. See, my knee is down. Don't do that. I do that for conditioning. It's incorrect, actually. Don't do it when you're actually doing it. It doesn't have any power. You will not. Trust me. Somebody that's strong in the legs, it will not work. That's where karate gets it wrong, too. It's not how you do a sweep. It's not how it works. If you're not on the ball of your foot, your toes, you're not doing a kick. Not really. Now, there's some kicks that people get wrong and they think they're supposed to go all the way up onto their toes. Oh, no. No, no. You're not supposed to just, like, literally lift your heel. But, yeah, you want your weight on the, not your toes, but the back part of that. If these are my toes and this is my foot, I want the weight here when I'm doing a kick. Here. If I'm standing. Okay? And these are my toes. While my heel might not really be the part that's really touching the ground and have a lot of weight on it, it's still against the floor for stability. But the weight is mostly here. Okay? And then the whole point is you pivot on this too. Don't fucking spin on your heel. Don't ever do that. If you're spinning on your heel, you're doing it all wrong. Don't ever do that. Ball of your foot. This is what I'm calling the ball of your foot. We just called it that. But like, I like that. It's a good term to use. So this right here is the perfect example of one of these karate punches being used correctly for once. So the only time that you should really be punching like this instead of like this, of course, is when you properly have your footwork angled as such. Why else would you do it any other fucking time? So let me get this straight. Even as a boxer, you're going to twist your hand and use more energy to come across and twist your hand instead of just doing that? No, I'm gonna just do that. If anything, I would twist it upside down. Not this way. Any idea how easy it is to push somebody's hand down when it's like this? I can just push your hand right fuck down. Like this? Nope. So, the whole point is now with the footwork a certain way, and now you angling that, suddenly you get distance. You get the distance where it's a lot harder to get close enough to hit down on that arm. You would have to do something very specific. There is a specific... you just kind of spin a little bit, and that I'm just saying that is the proper adjustment for how to actually do that punch. You're not really supposed to do it from, you know, your normal sort of like, I guess, fighting stance and stuff like that. So just saying that's the actual, and a lot of times that's a body shot anyway, you know, a lot of times. So, you know, like there's going to be a follow-up anyway. It's one of those baiting sort of techniques, you know, where it's very projective, you know, just like the elbow I explained earlier. You want somebody to do something. You're doing this. You want them. That's how martial arts actually works. Okay, so Um, so then coming off that... Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting that I went with that. So this is actually sort of a snake stance. Sort of. It's sort of a snake stance. I'm not going to show you snake stance. It's sort of a snake stance. This would be the example of somebody that's very, very, very skilled with snake, using their hands to sort of, you know, kind of bait the attacker a little bit. So it's just a snake thing. That's all. That's the best way I can describe it. So that's what that is. So that's actually why I bring my hand down. Do you see how I drop my hand like way down? So like I'm waving it up and then I just drop it down. It works every time. I swear to God, it works every time. They see that hand, they think you're wide the fuck open, and they will hit you right there. They'll try. They'll try. So it's effective. One sec. Let's see here. Where is it? One sec. One sec. Okay, here we go. Man, YouTube is trash. Look at this. I can't like again, YouTube is doing this so that I can't show you. They don't want me to sit here and do this. They're doing this on purpose. This is just the latest thing TrashTube is doing. You know how earlier they did what they did to hack the stream to cause problems? This is what they're doing. And so I like, again, like, look at this. Look. There is nothing. It's not even loading. It thinks it's loaded. I can't adjust volume. I can't, like, they're literally just lying. Look, there's no volume adjust. I can't turn the volume on. They're literally just doing this. Like it's not even loading. Like, it's trash. And I did that several times. And it didn't work. And then as soon as I say it, as soon as I show you guys, it works. See? As soon as I show you, it works. This is all the time. This is like literally all the fucking time. All the fucking time. So, this is what I was just talking about earlier.
Hey everyone, today I'm going to show you how to properly do a spinning back leg sweep. So in order to do this properly, you really don't want to slam your knee on the ground. So in order to avoid that, this is actually a pretty advanced kick, and I'd recommend just learning how to practice on a cushioned floor like this with your knee. But basically all in one motion, you're going to turn your head, knee's going to bend, you're going to pivot on the ball of your front foot, hands are going to tap the ground, and you're going to hook the legs with your back heel.
Okay, there we go. I wanted to pause it on the moment that I actually did the leg sweep, okay? As you can see, my knee is not touching the ground. And, you know, this is the sort of thing where this is very quick. It does work. But you have to practice it to do it like that, where you're not putting your knee on the ground. And remember, I just showed you where I do that for me, for conditioning purposes and stuff like that, but really, you shouldn't do that. It really is like that, or you've got to be able to do that like that. And, you know, it works quite well. It really does.
Back heel. Hey everyone.
So basically, like, my point is that, like, you know, that's the proper way to do it. And how many people do you see not doing it like that? This is another one. This is another common one that I see that people make a mistake with too.
Hey everyone. So today
I don't need to do that. This one, where a lot of times people don't hold the staff right. I see a lot of practitioners think that you're supposed to hold a staff directly in the middle. I cannot express how dumb this is. What are you hitting? What surface area are you hitting with? Why would you do that? Like, that has no... What do you... What?
I'm going to teach you how to properly hold a staff in Kung Fu. So we hold these staves almost at the end, right like that. And then you're going to put your other hand sort of towards the middle. You can, we're going to shift our hand around depending on what we're doing sometimes. But yeah, you're going to hold your hand basically in the middle. So one almost at the end and one sort of towards the middle. And you're going to shift your hands right like this. So if you need to switch side, you need to switch your stance, you're going to shift your hands right like that. So you want to get good at shifting your hands right like that, so that way you can shift your stance very easily at any given time. Hey everyone, so today I'm going to teach you.
And that's a pretty common one that people do wrong. And you know, it's very, very easy to spin fast like that when you hold it in the middle and stuff, and looks really impressive. But it's not for martial arts application at all. There's very rarely times where you grab it in the middle and you hold it in the middle. Very rarely. It's the sort of thing where, like, that's a mistake. Something happened where you accidentally grabbed it in the middle, and now you're going to do a couple of hits and get it, you know, like, so try to get it back to where it needs to be. You will never do it that way. It is not the way you should hold a staff. Why would you do that? You have this weapon that you can clearly use to gain distance. You can push people away with it. You can whack them with this whole end. And you're holding it in the center the whole fucking time. And the entire karate places in the United States will teach this way. Because they don't know any better. I thought there was one that I explained staff striking, but maybe that was a live where I did that. Maybe I should do that. I think that actually was a live where I did that. And yeah, that's probably why I'm not seeing it. Where I explained the actual striking. That staff I had too, that's a heavy staff. That actually weighs a good bit. It's not. It's not a rattan. The rattan staves, you'll see them get they'll just get whipped around like it's nothing because they're really light. That is not a light. That is a solid fucking wood staff. I think it's oak actually. I think it's made of oak. I'm not 100%. It's very solid wood though. Yeah, here's me explaining. Yeah, what do we do here? My sunglasses. This was the first martial arts short I did, I think.
Hey guys, and welcome to the very first martial arts short on this channel. Today I'm going to talk to you about basic chopping. So when you would do a basic chop, what you want to do is you want to separate your fingers, curl the thumb, tuck the pinky a little bit, and then you want to hit with this part of the hand right here. Right like that. Okay? So do not put your fingers together. That is bad. You will hurt your hand. This is bad practice. Separate the fingers, curl that pinky a little bit, tuck the thumb, and hit with this part of the hand. And of course, this can come at many different angles. I like to go straight on with it, but you can go at many different angles. You can come down. Hey guys, and welcome to the very...
So, I actually like that. Very well done, I think, for that one. What I'm doing there in the beginning, hold on. Yeah, so it's a double hit and then a single. Think about that as a double hit and a single. That's how you think about that. So if I was instructing that, I'd instruct it the same way. Try not to think about these because these hits are so fast. Trick your brain into thinking that they're the same hit. These should be almost exactly at the same time. That's how you have to get the speed that you need for some of this stuff. So if I go to do that hit and I'm initially out here, okay, the whole point is I want my brain to understand that the very second this makes contact, this one has to make contact too. So the very second that this one actually hits, this one's already coming out. So, okay? So, and then, you know, again, the follow-up where I do, you know, like I do a final pullback and that is a heavier palm strike chop. That is a heavier chop there at the end, where I'm really driving with that. So some of these can feel more like snapping, you know, like jabs, boom boom, where you hear the flick of my uniform. You really hear it there, boom boom, and then that last one, bam, where that's a driving strike. It's not a jab like a snapping strike. It's a driving strike, where I'm gonna follow up at the end and go whoa, you know, and that's the damage, you know, that's the damage strike. That's what that is. So those first two, they're just, you know, again, they're just do-doom, jab jab, do-doom, jab jab, and then the last. So, you know, okay, and you do it either way around. Just start with a different hand. That's all you got to remember. You know, all you got to do to do something the other way around is just remember the hand that you started with last time. So just start with a different hand. So you got to do. So like there's just like some basic stuff that people don't like. It's a lot easier if you have somebody to kind of explain that stuff and help you out with it, because a lot of people really don't understand it. They think that you're supposed to put your fingers together. Like, that's clearly why they think that chop doesn't work, because you put your fingers together, yeah, you're going to hurt your hand. It's literally, you're going to get injured. Because you're not spreading the surface of the contact. So when you make contact, now because my fingers and my bones are spread out, now all of this in my hand actually absorbs it, and my hand helps to absorb that blow, and also helps to do the strike too. Versus if I put all of them together, it sort of makes like my whole hand kind of like, you know, almost like just one rigid object, versus something that can flex and absorb. Just like, instead of being tense when you do something, I've always said it's not how it works. It's not even close to how it works. You gotta relax. And even on the most basic concept, when you're a drummer, guitarist, anybody that does anything, you know, physical, where you're better at doing this thing, you relax at it, right? You stop tensing up, and that's when you're the pro, the expert, is when you've learned to relax and do this thing. Because now you can just relax and do it all day, like if it's drums or whatever. The whole point is now you can just do this all day long like it's nothing. Yeah. So to get to that point, obviously it takes some heck of a long time of training and stuff like that, but it's possible. And that's the reality versus like again a Sifu versus almost anybody else. That's the difference actually. The Sifu will win every time because it actually isn't strength and force and stuff. It's the other way around. It's understanding how to use that against them. The concept of the bigger they are. You know what I'm saying? So, anyway. I'm gonna get off here, guys. There's really no reason for me to continue this stream, but I just figured I would talk at least a little bit about the shorts and stuff too, and tell you about that stuff that used to happen. Actually, let's cover maybe one more thing, and then I'll get out of here. I'll get out of your hair. I will get out of your hair once I cover this really quick. So this is, if you guys want to see me do some martial arts, back when I owned a martial arts school and I was training all the time and I was teaching all the time. If you guys want to see me do it, back then. That's what a lot of these uploads were way back. I was doing this. So, if you watch some of these, that's what these are. That's Crane there. That's Crane there. And some of this stuff, what you have to realize is I'm in, lots of snow. So it actually takes one hell of a, that takes a lot of balance and stuff. That's what I wanted to show, is, if you really are good with this stuff, it don't matter. You could be knee deep in snow and you still have the strength to do all these kicks and balance and stuff like that. And you won't even... Most people just fall right the fuck over, man. And I'm spinning around doing kicks. And so a lot of that's Crane. That's long fist type stuff and Manus. Long fist. That's Crane. Yeah, I'm just combining a lot of stuff. So, that's my point. You're gonna see a lot of stuff where I'm just, spinning around in the snow. And doing, spin kicks and everything, too. The point is you can do it. You can. So there's me at my school doing stuff. So, again, you really can just watch these and see it if you want. But this is just, it's shadow boxing. I'm not doing a routine or anything. I'm just imagining an attacker, and sort of doing a bunch of movements and stuff, imagining multiple attackers. I've broken this one down before. This is the one where I had trouble seeing what my hands were doing. That was actually, I actually really like how I did that there. That's Tiger, and the cool thing about, so I already explained how some of these work for you. So now, like, take what I just said with the Tiger concept. I think that's really fun to do stuff like that. So, like, I actually just made that up myself and started doing that myself. It's actually sort of like a custom technique where off of this concept of what we know about the blocking I just showed you, I'm actually sort of combining my Tiger in a unique way to do a different, because we do have like there's some stuff we're taught with Tiger and stuff like that with downward blocking and stuff, but what I'm doing is actually slightly different, where I'm combining some of those things with like my own custom way of doing my Tiger claws to break through the guard, rake the face, but also grab the wrist. That's actually what I'm doing, believe it or not. So like reaching through and actually getting the face, but then as I reach back, what you're not seeing is I'm pulling down underneath and lifting the other elbow. What you can't see is I'm actually like yanking on the wrist slightly. So it's actually hard to see that. But that's sort of kind of what I'm doing, where like I'm creating a drag down of the hands too. So it's just stuff I would just sort of start doing, and it would just naturally happen because I was just sparring so much and training so much. And then that's what the break is at the end, where I do that. That's me throwing the arms to the sides. That's why I do that. Right there. And then, you know, turn to face the other attacker to quickly deal with that. But there's the glow staff. So, you know, just cool stuff if you want to check it out. Here's some kicks. That's Monkey right there. This is probably when I was going through Monkey, actually. This is probably when I was going through it. It was probably fresh. I liked that. That's smooth. That's Monkey. This is Tiger. So there's some there you go. There's some proper staff work. That's how you use a staff. That. That. You don't hold it in the center. Except when you're doing that. And that's how a staff spins when you have a rattan. It just it goes like like crazy. See that? It's much easier. Monkey there again. Oh, it's dragon. Long fist. Some Tiger again. Oh, there you go. There you go. There you go. I slowed it down, but when you see me do it, like, that's actually a pretty cool one, believe it or not. It's hard to understand that one. So what's actually happening there is a snake technique, actually. So what's actually happening there is I'm facing my opponent, and I know somebody's behind me. So I jump in the air, and I punch down on this person. I punch down on that person behind me and kick the other person that was in front of me in the face, really. Did you see my fist form? Like it's hard to see. It was about to form. It's just that the scene cuts. That's all. Did you see it was about to, like, I'm trying to pause it right. Damn. But yeah, that's what I'm punching down, and then there's a kick the other way. So you actually jump in the air and spin. I actually don't show that part. I'm sort of already jumping there, and then I spin, kick the person in front of me with a back kick, but then punch down the person that was behind me. So, bam. Bam. So that's what's actually happening there. And it's important to note that my knee is slightly bent and my foot is pretty solid there. Like that is solid footing. So just take note of that. It's the sort of thing where you freeze frame it at the wrong time. It looks sort of goofy because this isn't the end of the technique. I cut it sort of. That's from another one though. Like you can go. I think that may have been the third one. It's one of the other ones. So, you can see it. There's one where that's a custom hook kick I did. So that's like my hook kick. I wasn't taught that. I sort of just did that naturally, and I added it to my monkey. So, I was taught that the hook kick for monkey, I just made it aerial. I love aerials. So the hook kick for monkey, oftentimes you'll be down. See how I'm like in the air? You'll be down like this. You see how I'm like rolling around and stuff like that? Monkey, you're on the floor a lot. Like, you literally will like put your hand behind your head and stuff. You're on the floor a lot. And so with this one, you would be in your little monkey position, and the whole point is you would spin around and hook kick them from the floor. But you would grab their hand and do it from the floor. You wouldn't jump in the air. I just jump in the air. So that's my custom jump hook kick in the air straight from the floor. And then I just fall every time I do it. Because I look at it like that's what monkey is. A lot of monkey was conditioning for break falls, like grappling and stuff like that. So I just throwing myself on the ground a lot. So I figured, hey, if anything, it's just extra monkey conditioning. I may as well just do it. So that's actually a hook kick with the heel, and it's gonna hit it right around here. It's gonna blast you right around the ear. I'm just gonna take you right over. If I can't get you in the ear, it's just going around your head and you're coming down with me. It's similar to a scissor kick. That's how the function the technique sets up. Just so you know, you want to know what a scissor kick. It's similar to a scissor kick. That's a real scissor kick, though. This is a real scissor kick. But it's an aerial. Notice how I have to reach down to prevent myself from falling too soon. So here's my monkey stance. That's actually my monkey stance right there. There you go. I like that one. That one's fun. So that's my monkey stance, and then bam. I wonder why that was showing that there, but not the other time. It's really weird. I can't find that. Oh well. But as you can see, I'm jumping in the air, and then my hands sort of reach down so that way I can catch my fall. That's how that works. You have to sort of tap the ground, kind of. It's sort of like it's almost like a cartwheel. And I do a little back kick at the end. So, I mean, like, all this stuff, you guys can look at this anytime. It is on here. Just, they're locking the views and stuff. What else is new? You know? As for that, though... Here's this... So we did the spinning back as well, if you guys want to know how to do that. We did that as well.
It's actually a pretty advanced kick, and I'd recommend just learning how to practice on a cushioned floor like this with your knee. But basically, all in one motion, you're gonna turn your head, knee's gonna bend, you're gonna pivot.
My fault. I picked the wrong one. I should have realized that. My fault. Sorry. Hold on.
And you're gonna hold the leg with your back.
I said spinning back, and my fault. My fault. I got it. My fault. Sorry.
Okay, so again, we're going to be in an avant-garde stance. Just put your guard up. You're going to turn, chamber the leg, and then extend. Okay, just like a side kick. So again, all together.
Part of the problem I was having with this thing is you have to realize this thing has any weight to it. So the reason why when I kick that I have to pop my foot and jump a little bit is because when you do a kick, there's pushback. So because there's no weight to the thing I'm kicking, I actually wish there was, so that way, like, when I kick it, I wouldn't have to pop my foot and adjust my stance. That's why. Because, like, I can't... That thing won't even, like, it's just falling over and stuff. Like, it's barely anything. So, like, the point is, like, I have to, like, adjust for that because there's not enough pushback. My kick's too, like, it just goes flying, you know? So I have to actually pop my foot because there's no pushback against my foot. So that's the point. You're counting for that. See, that's why I pop over. Because normally, that's the whole point. Normally, you would have that push back against your body where you wouldn't have to do that. But because I don't, I have to create that. And you get what I'm saying? Where I'm throwing my leg out there, and there's that force. So when I bring it back, it didn't have the natural pushback from the thing I'm kicking. So you know what I'm saying? I have to actually, like, adjust my footing and stuff like that because I've already accounted for that in the kick, because it's just how the training works. So that's why that's happening. It's just training. Like, there's a way to do it and not do it, and I'm not doing it wrong just for the sake of, you know, the fact that this thing doesn't have any weight to it. You know what I mean? So that's the reality of what's actually happening there.
Okay, so again, we're going to be in an avant-garde stance. Just put your guard up. You're going to turn. You're going to turn, chamber the leg.
And I'm sure it's already obvious since I have, like, a monkey stance and I have, like, all these things. When I say, like, to put your guard up and stuff, I am doing, like, the most basic of basic guards and stuff. Like, anybody, you know, that's trained the way they are and understands their own, the way they want to, you know, use martial arts and stuff, they're going to stand a certain way and hold their hands a certain way for whatever they're doing, okay? And so what you got to understand is I'm just doing something very basic for everybody to kind of generalize and understand. That's all. So that way any old amateur can watch this and be like, okay, all right, basic. I understand. Guard. Okay, I get that. You know, like it's not like something really complicated. You know what I mean? I'm just really, really breaking it down.
And then extend. Okay, just like a side kick. So again, all together.
And I can't express enough that, like, people do this wrong where it's like a one motion thing. No, the upper body spins so that you can look. Like, you need to look. It's just fast. It's just that fast. You're gonna spin, and your torso is gonna get locked into place, and then that's when you allow your hip to be set up, and then you just, you know, sort of almost like a slingshot, because your torso already locked in. Now the rest of your hips and leg and stuff comes barreling on through, sort of like a slingshot, you know, because you set up the initial, you know, if you think about the rubber band being pulled back, that would be your upper body. You know, like the rubber band being pulled would be your upper body twisting first, so that's you pulling the rubber band back, and then letting it go would be letting your hips follow up and throwing the kick. So that's why that just flows so nice when I do that. And my upper, see, even if I break it down, see what I mean? How instinctually, right as I turn, my knee's already up. It's that quick. It is that, I had to pause it and like really, it's that quick. How where I turn my upper body, I'm already getting this knee up. It's ingrained. See how my eyes are barely turned? I'm not turning my head too much. I'm just turning it all I need to. I'm keeping that chin down. You know, the arm is out so that way if there's a kick coming up at my ribs, I already have that arm there. I can shift it up or down. I don't have to have it in too much where I couldn't block my head or down here if I needed to. This hand is in place and ready to go. Okay? It is there for the balance and what it needs to be there for. And then my knee is already coming up to follow through with that kick. No sooner did I unpause it, it's that. It looks slow, doesn't it, when I do it? I'm just doing it really slow. It just seems easy, doesn't it? It seems like it's not slow. It's actually really quick. It's just that's how easy it is for me to do martial arts. Where I just... So that's what you have to realize about that. It's just going to look easy when I do it, and then you're going to try to do it, and it's not going to quite... You know what I mean? It takes a long time to do that. It does. So even looking at how my foot is angled here, do you see how I'm not up on my toes? I'm not standing on my toes so that way somebody can knock me off balance. I will say that this hand, if there's one critique I could do, this hand could be a little further down here, but you know what I mean? I can move it down there. This foot is everything. You see how that is this. That is exactly like that chop where I line that chop up and my hand is cocked just like this to hit you right on that spot. It's the same thing with a foot. Most people don't understand that side kicks and back kicks are done with the blade and heel part of the foot, where you're trying to ultimately get that blade to hit, and then the heel continues to drive through. And that's where I have those toes pointed sort of down like that, and my heel just wham, and it hits right on the blade of the foot. I cannot express how actually perfect my foot is there. I'm actually glad that I did it that way, because you really can see it there. So, and then bringing it straight back in like that is so important. This is everything. If you don't do this, where you bring that foot straight back in, you're the person that when you kick, somebody grabs your leg. That's why. I promise you, if you're good at this and they try to grab it, you will yank them forward very quickly. Yep, you'll just literally pull your fucking foot right off their grab because you just yanked it straight back. It's how you pull out of a grab, too. If somebody grabs your arm, you just yank it. Like, it literally is that simple. It's like a jab, but back. Just fucking yank. Okay? It's that simple. It's the same thing with a fucking foot. If somebody grabs your foot, you just straight back in. That's why oftentimes, like strikes like this, the whole point is to get you to grab my hand. Meh! Okay? It's a setup. All of it's a setup. So. See how my knee is up? Oh! I liked that. I lifted, I jumped a little bit with that one. A little pep in my step. That's okay. That's actually okay. As long as your foot, as long as you know what you're doing with your footing, it's actually okay. There is a jumping version of this that I can do quite well. I'm not going to spend a whole lot of time breaking down. There's just specific things I don't want to spend a whole lot of time breaking down. But this one has a jumping version of it that's the one. That's the one. If you know how to use it and time it, that's the one. But this one works too. It does. It works, and it's really good. And again, it's basically a side kick. Again, it's just a side kick, except you're doing a spin too. So that's all. That's really all it is. Yeah. Yeah, that's really good, actually. Really good. Knee up. Toes that way. See how my toes are just the exact opposite direction? That means I am going to get the maximum power out of this kick. Because I pivoted my foot and set it up exactly right to where my hips are exactly where they need to be to boom, straight out. It's sort of like when you see a pitcher, you know how a pitcher lifts his knee and he takes his elbow up and he goes, ugh. That's why. Because those pitchers broke that down. It's the same concept as basically everything in martial arts correctly. That's why I do this when I do my elbow. Because this can turn into that. At any given time. Yeah, I just need to change it. Maybe elbow, nah. Maybe elbow. Oh, he's changing it to something else. Okay. Okay? Do you understand? Alright, guys. There's no reason for me to hang out on here any longer. Like I said, I just wanted to go through that stuff with you and show you again that at any time you can go there and look at the martial arts videos that I've posted in the past and stuff too, and see that stuff too. So feel free to do that, and I appreciate it. And it's there for you. If you wanna learn a little bit, you wanna pick up some things. If you have no experience at all, don't expect to understand it fully without some instruction or experience. That's all I'll say. Again, just a lot of this is mainly for people that already have an instructor. I don't recommend just trying to be a martial artist by yourself. That is not a good idea. Don't do that. You could really get yourself injured. There's some things that you just don't know. You could really get you injured. And even in addition to that, I'm even kind of pointing out that even karate instructors and stuff, they even have this problem. Where they're just teaching things wrong and it gets people injured and stuff. I mean, flat out, this punch is wrong. In everything. It's just wrong. So, you know. And you know, how many times even in boxing do you see conveniently, yeah, like their hands are messed up and stuff like that, and then the guy that gets it right, he's just tighter. And he's doing a lot of uppercuts. A lot of quick uppercuts and stuff like that. You know, stuff like that, where it's just really in tight. You know, like just stuff like that. Okay? None of this. That's stupid. It's not how you punch. I can see that coming a mile away. Okay. Alright, let me think about this. Alright. Okay. The training's ingrained, man. I don't even have to. It just happens, okay? You throw that strike like that, you're going on your face. So, even with those guys that are really good, they understand that too. They keep it really tight. And it's that concept where they start understanding that the least movements that you do is the more efficient path to your target. So just like twisting your hand all the way around to do that, the whole point is they figured out that it sort of just comes straight from here, but they really haven't just adjusted it yet. So they'll figure it out eventually. Some pro will start doing it and everybody will do it. That's all it's gonna happen. It's never happened yet, that's all. They think that's how you're supposed to do it. Which is so easy. And it even goes along with the speed bag training. You know how the speed bag training's like this? It actually goes along with that. Yeah, because now you're just going to do this. Yeah. Properly. Yep. Instead of this. It's not how you punch. And then so people are just doing this. You know how many times I've seen people do it's so late. It's so fucking, what are you even doing? Hitting your pinkies? You know, like the point is they're hitting it, but like last second they're sort of kind of going like this. And it's not how you're supposed to really do it. You are actually supposed to do this. So the whole point is they don't have a good trainer that teaches them that they're technically, if you want to twist your hand, your elbows have to be up the whole time, and you actually it would be like that. No, most certainly never be like this. And I always see that. It's like, what the fuck is that doing? So. Yes, there are hammer fists. You can hammer fist. And I love hammer fists. Okay? I love them. But you're supposed to be learning the speed bag for punches and practicing your technique. Are you doing hammer fists as a boxer? Nah. Nope. Are they allowed? I don't think they're allowed, are they? I don't think they're allowed. Are they allowed? Be a good thing to look up. I don't think they're allowed. Can they spin even? Are they allowed to spin? There's just so many things about boxing that like aren't allowed. So it's like it's not really real fighting. Because nobody's going to do that in a real fight. Nobody's going to say, you can't do this. That's why like real fighters, they call themselves real fighters and stuff. You know, UFC, MMA, boxing. I say to those same people, look, you have rules too. Stop trying to pretend like you don't have rules and that a good martial artist wouldn't immediately break your knee. Something that you never know how to defend against. Mike Tyson literally wouldn't last seconds against me. Seconds. And he's gonna think that he does. Seconds. My Sifu would back that up. Anybody, like, promise, seconds. And it'd just be a joke. I'd feel bad. Because the point is, in a real fight, I'm not going to screw around. I'm not going to follow some rule. There's no rule in a real fight. That guy is literally not going to have vision after he's done. Yeah, he's going to be blinded. His jaw is probably going to be broken. His trachea is probably also going to be broken. And his knee is going to be broken. And he probably can't breathe because his trachea is severed. So he's going to be on the floor, and again, in seconds, going... And he's going to be like, he can't see. And I already showed you some of that stuff where, you know, like, it's just really fast and deceptive. And it works against people that think that tension is everything. No, trust me. The more that you think that, the more that works against you. That's the point. I've sort of already explained that a little bit with some of the stuff I've said, but that's the reality between somebody that knows real combative martial arts, like warfare martial arts from like the old days, where these guys were trained to take on 7, 8, 9, 10 guys and take them all out within, you know, several seconds, because you had to. It was warfare. Okay? So, you know, you lose your weapon or something like that. You got to be useful. You can't allow that to affect your combative abilities. So that's the point. And these people were defending themselves against like samurai and shit like that. Trust me. It's going to work. So, you know, the whole point is these guys had armor. You know, some of them were very well armed, and they had to compete with that. So yeah, it is. They were not gonna, you know. The nation that had this was not going to, at gunpoint, show the other nations the real combative, how they were doing it. They're not going to do that. So, again, when they were eventually overrun by the weapons and stuff, they weren't going to sit here and give them the answers. So it's just lost to history a lot of times. And some of them still try to maintain the fact that you must keep it secret for this reason. I think that's actually false. I think we should always resist that. In the age, you know, where you have information and anybody can find anything out, you have to realize you got to put the truth out there. If you don't, people misuse it, they misunderstand. That is the disrespect. So please, please, please understand that that's where Bruce Lee came from, and that's where I'm coming from. It's actually often a similar sort of, you know, message where you know, we're just, it's just trying to help people understand that there are really easy concepts you can apply to martial arts if you understand martial arts already. You're a martial artist, and then suddenly, holy crap, there's a lot of stuff that starts making sense that you wish somebody would have. You know what I mean? So I just, and I always saw that all through my teachings, where I would teach people, and that was some of the joy, you know, was getting to see the smiles and the eureka moments where they were like figuring a technique out, and they finally organically figure out, you know, how to make this thing work. You know, they've been struggling with it, or even a form or something like that. You know, they're doing just like you guys have, in karate, they call them katas, you know, and stuff, routines and stuff. We have forms, we call them forms, and it's just routines we would do to practice movements in succession. But the difference is, our forms, our first form looked like most karate's black level form. And it literally is the form you learn at White Sash. So, I mean, it's just literally we're doing stuff worlds beyond what. And somebody coming from Tung Sudo, can say that. I'm not saying it out of cockiness, I'm saying it out of truth. It's just the truth. I went from Tung Suda to Kung Fu, and immediately realized exactly everything I'm trying to tell you and said. And other people did too. I mean, other people have realized that I saw very disappointed 4th degree black belts over the years, where they're 4th degree black belts, but they come in and spar me, and I was just a brown sash at the time, and this guy is just falling on his ass every 3 seconds because he literally doesn't even know how to stand right. He's too rigid, and he's fat. And he can't stand right. So literally, every time he attacks me, all I have to do, and he didn't even understand this. Eventually I was trying to clue him in by kicking his legs out so he would understand it, but I think he still didn't get it. The whole point was, every time he threw a kick, it was so rigid, all I would have to do is hammer strike the kick really hard. Soon as he throws that kick, I just, bam, hammer strike it. He just literally would fall over. Because I was confident that my hammer strike was actually better than his kick, and I was right. So all I had to do was strike it with more force than he was exerting towards me, and he just fell over because his stance isn't there. So all I could do, just non-stop, where I understand the physics of Kung Fu and martial arts, and that's what they're not teaching in karate. They don't understand the physics. And I would actually teach that. That's what you have to realize. Science changed things. Science changed things. And educated people started modifying things and making it work better. And remembering, oh yeah, this is how they did this way back in the warfare days, not how they modified it to now to lie about us. You know what I'm saying? So the point is, they started just reverse engineering and figuring out, oh, that is how they did it like this, not like this. Okay. So it's not like it's being changed beyond what originally it was, but it's almost lost at that point, where that's where I said I was very surprised in Ong Bak 2. That's like the closest thing, that whole movie, to the Kung Fu, like some of the stuff even I know. I was really surprised that Tony Jaa even knew some of that stuff, because some of that stuff is incredibly brutal. We'll just say that. I wouldn't even talk about it on stream, sort of stuff, and he just does it in the movie. That was a very seriously good martial arts movie, Ong Bak 2. But you guys know I like, plenty of other martial arts movies and stuff too. If you want a good 36 Chambers Shaolin was a great one that'll show you the conditioning of the Shaolin from the old days. And then, there's other better movies for real practical martial arts. There's better ones. The first Ip Man was good. All the rest had lots of wire work and stuff. Don't look at it, for martial arts at that point. The first Ip Man was very good though, and likewise the first Ong Bak and the second Ong Bak. Wasn't too crazy about the third one. Just went really weird with that. Yes, the ultimate version of martial arts is learning how to meditate while you fight. So, just like the guy from Mortal Kombat wears the blindfold. So, yeah, for sure, that's real. But they went really, really mystical and just strange with that. It was just weird. So, I don't know that I would recommend necessarily that one, but the second one, great. And Warlords. Warlords, that's a brutal, very pretty accurate depiction of how it was. Like the armor, the weapons and stuff. I think that had Jackie Chan, and I'm pretty sure it had Jet Li though. Jet Li is amazing too. Jet Li, he's always been good. So, I mean, again, it's just the Kung Fu guys. That's what you got to realize. Jackie Chan, Jet Li. And Jackie Chan, what people don't realize, Jackie Chan was Bruce Lee's stunt double. That's why he's so good. He was, like, the point was he had to look the part. He had to make people believe he was Bruce Lee. And in some of those scenes, he was a stunt double. So that's why Jackie Chan doesn't, you know, he does all his own stunts. He doesn't care because he was a stunt man. He doesn't care. That was his original job. So, anyway, anybody that's willing to do that, you know, and I probably would be one of them. Knowing me, I'd probably be one of them. You know, that's the point. They're good at what they do because they're willing to actually do that stuff. Anyway, thanks for watching. I appreciate it. I'm getting off here. See you guys.